I don't know if y'all ready for it, man. I don't know if y'all ready for it. We here, week 1. We finally made it. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since we talked about some real football, some real deal NFL actual game time football being played. I don't know if y'all ready. Chat, y'all got to let me know. Are y'all ready? Are we barking? Are we ready to play the Dallas Cowboys today? Are we ready to show the world what the Cleveland Browns have? Are we ready to open the season in front of a national TV audience? Are we ready for this? Is it time? Is it dog time? I see somebody done got live in chat. It's Austin, son of $50 super chat. Here we go, Brownies. Here we go. Y'all know the rest. Y'all know the rest. Are we ready? Are we ready? Yes. About 5 minutes out the kickoff. You know I'm ready because I'm here early. A brother don't ever be here early. I'm early. We got the sun out. You know, we letting the sun shine through the dome today in the studio. That's how we feeling. That's how we feeling right now. That's how we out here doing it. That's how we living right here. Let me know how you feeling. I got to set up one more thing, and then we're going to be good to go. Yeah, that's got to go. Delete that one, and then next to us. We barking. Okay. I see barking in the chat. I see y'all ready. We got a super chat in. Had tickets for the Dodgers-Guardians game, but it's so damn hot here. I'm going to chill with chat and watch the Browns game. Dub. Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Let me make sure them super chats are popping up. All right, man. You can hear it. Y'all hear it? Y'all hear it? Dun, 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 dun. Oh, we ready. It's about to happen. It's about to go down. I made some upgrades to the stream this year. If you've been a long-time viewer of the stream, you'll notice some of these upgrades immediately. Let me walk through some of these upgrades for those of you in the audience. So the first upgrade that we have, oh, we got another super chat. We got super chats on super chats. Appreciate it. First upgrade we have, look, when the Browns start to get live, when it's third down, when it's a crucial moment, usually I'm confined to these 4 inches that I live in called your screen. But now, we have the wide angle. Yes, the wide angle. It is here. We finally have it. I am super excited about the wide angle and the possibilities of it. Another dope thing about this. Look at it. Watch. If I move this way, it ain't doing it. But it's supposed to track. So we got that. Big time moments happening in this game. We're going to be able to get up live with it. The camera's going to follow me. I'm not going to get off frame. We gonna be good. So that's the first upgrade. Second upgrade is something that you might not notice yet. Appreciate that super chat, Sly. But that's the second upgrade, something you might not have noticed yet, right? You see this weird little box here. Well, that's going to be a cutout of the live scoreboard from the broadcast. So we're going to have live score updates. No more having to deal with ESPN's website. The score updates are going to be live here. Got another super chat from Ray Rag says, I know it's week 1, but no DJ Reader might be a problem for Cincinnati. Oh, yes, they look like their run defense has been an issue since they lost DJ Reader to injury last year.
It's week 1. The NFL on Fox is back with the Cowboys taking on the Browns, and we say welcome to the broadcast.
All right. Y'all ready? Are y'all ready, dog? We about to kick this off, dog. We about to kick this off.
I'm excited as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. We should start with quarterbacks. That seems to make a lot of sense. Cowboys making news. They come to an agreement with Dak Prescott on a big new contract, right? But with that comes pressure.
Let's go, Browns from Triber Cavs. Let's go. Let's get it. Got another super chat here from Alec Escadon, who says, love how we got a perfect day here in the 216, 65 degrees and sunny, perfect weather. No excuses. Throwbacks to the Browns Bengals last year, which did not have perfect weather at all. Spider was playing cornhole and keg bowling in the Muni lot. Remember when they said he didn't like Cleveland sports? So many goofy takes out there this summer. So many goofy bombs. We got 460 people watching right now. Only 88 likes. That's just not going to cut it. We got to get that like number up at least to 250. At least to 250. If you want 250, hit that like button right now. Remember, when you hit that like button, you're supporting truly independent Browns media coverage.
Get them some really clean, decisive throws earlier in the game. Get the confidence going. They know they got a great defense. Don't turn the ball over. Get into the game. And I think they feel like they got a great chance to win.
Get him comfortable, Tom. I like it. Meanwhile, we know Dak Prescott. They're comfortable there.
Got another super chat here. Hey, Q went to Oberlin College with decades ago. Fell in love with Cleveland. Big part of the community. AFC North Championship in 2024. I feel it. I feel it could happen, man. They got to stay healthy. They got to play well. We'll see how week 1 goes. It's going to be a long-ass season. We got months. We got months. But I feel good.
And you have to reset after every single play. Prescott saying, this is why I love going up tempo, because you don't have to overthink. You can't. You have to rely on your instinct. But Kev, you want to talk about anxiety? His center, Cooper Beebe, this is the first time he's ever played this position in a game. Wow. Anxious, baby.
We got another super chat here. Spider. Oh, yeah, we got that one from Rex Fortune again. Appreciate you, Rex, for the super chat.
As we welcome you to NFL Kickoff.
Yeah, we got to get this thing cranked.
YouTube TV. And of course, if you haven't watched football yet this year, new kickoff rule, it looks a little different, right? There's a lot of rules. We'll explain as you go.
Browns will defend first, so we're going to send the defense out. All right, y'all. It's happening. Football's back.
We'll keep you update on how this is going to go. Glad you are.
Football is back.
Fox is back.
Okay. It's going to return it. Tripped him. All right. Let's get Miles out there. Another super chat. Happy first week. Q from Cameron McBride. Appreciate you.
He had the best season of his career last year.
He did, for a lot of reasons. Threw the ball very accurately. Down the field, very accurate. He's got some big-time playmakers in CD Lamb. He's going to be looking for him all day.
Of course, Lamb got the new contracts the last 10 days as well. So take care of their superstars. And we started off with this.
All right. What's the penalty on? It's got to be hold. Let's go. Let's go. Holding from the offense. First play. We got another super chat. Let's go, Browns. Appreciate that. All right, man. Let's go. Can y'all hear the audio fine?
Anytime you get your hands outside, those shoulder pads, it's a pretty easy call.
First and 20. Miles gets pressure, gets chipped, and sacked. Let's go. Dalvin Tomlinson. Dalvin Tomlinson. We talked about it. We talked about him having to have a better year this year. We talked about it.
Talked about this with some of these young offensive line.
Myles Garrett with a massive blow by and then gets a bull rush on the rookie. And then, boom, right up the center. He has to step up. Dalvin Tomlinson right there. It's 2nd and 27 now for the Cowboys offense in their first drive. Almost tipped. CD Lamb tackled pretty short of the line of game. So about 6 yards there. All right, it's going to be about 3rd and 20. First one. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
CeeDee Lamb is going to be. Question is, who else So to help Dak Prescott on the receiving.
Let's
So they
go.
got to find something in the running game today.
Third down. Third down. Y'all ready?
45 times today. Got to spread the ball around, keep the play calls creative. And Dak's got to get the ball out of his hands before Garrett's pass rush can get there.
Little draw they gave up, basically. That's short. Get him off the field. That's short. Get him off the field. Get him off the field. Let's go. Shout out Chef Zay. Easy. 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 Hey, what about the preseason though, Quincy? What about the preseason? The fourth string guys didn't look good. Siaki Ika didn't look good. We're gonna get destroyed by the Dallas Cowboys offense. First drive. What happens? The nastiest 3-and-out you've seen. Do y'all remember what this defense used to look like when they was healthy? Come on, mate. I love the Fox graphics for the game earlier was Dak and Brady, and they were playing each other. Yeah, they even have the Browns on the graphic. Oh, good return. Darn it. Oh, he's at the 55. Let's go. We juiced. Let's go. Let's get out there, D. Let's get out there, D-Dub.
Just gets it. Easiest way to get upfield is just get vertical. No one there to slow him down. He's got that speed
Let's go.
and elusiveness.
Hey, that's why David Bell ain't on the roster right now.
Good to see Jalen out there making some plays.
Yeah, called them up for specifically that. But that
Appreciate that $5 super chat by Monte Irvin, Allen Sr. Appreciate you, Monte.
great field position to start. And they're running.
Run play. Jerome Ford. There we go. Get ahead of the sticks. 4 yards. First down on the 1st and 10.
Getting their bell cow back. Nick Chubb remains out. Tore up his knee in week 2 last year. So we'll wait for him to return. But it is on Deshaun Watson. You talked about getting
Keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
rolling him out, short passes. How?
Well, if you're a coach,
2nd and 6.
all right, Deshaun's only played 6 games last year.
We're going to be in gun here.
Shoulder rehabilitation. How can I get him?
All right, gun. Trey left. Trey left. Trey left.
Picking pockets, let the ball come out of his hand, get it to his playmaker.
There's an exception.
Oh. Woo. First down.
For the first time.
It sound loud in there. Typos for real. Thank you for your effort, consistency as a creator and entrepreneur in the Cleveland spirit. Appreciate you, Jacob.
Today, we're going to go and try and hurry up. They have these NASCAR plays.
There's that tempo that Ken Dorsey was talking about. They like to run.
All off season.
Little orbit screen here. All right. Good defense.
Defense well by DeMarvion Overshown.
I like the creativity.
For these Browns, we know Cooper. There's a flag.
Appreciate the super chat, Jacob. Is this an illegal procedure?
But their offensive line is banged up too. Both starting tackles are out.
Yeah, it's on the
Yeah,
Browns.
it's tough. Jedrick Wills is coming off tough injury last
Bro, they still acting like Jack Conklin is starting right tackle. It's crazy. First 3 and out of many. Let's do this season. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Ray Rags. It's got to be a legal procedure, right? Ineligible man downfield? How?
Ineligible man downfield. Offense from the 66.
Oh, James. We're going to have to watch that the whole game. James Hudson, that's going to be a storyline. Is he going to be a problem?
Conklin could play, just not ready in time. So now it's on backups.
I wouldn't speak too early about Micah right now. I mean, this is where Micah does his work when you're behind the sticks. We got to get ahead of him again. They're in a quarter look right here. No, cover 3. Micah's over the middle. They send 5, throws quick. Good coverage. 2nd and 15. Yeah, they're not blowing the whistle on that. That wasn't PI.
He's going up against
It's a little early, but it's bang bang.
Carson had an inside leg on him and good pass defense early in the game. But you see
Yeah.
3 pretty quick.
When are they going to start opening it out?
Kind of like we talked about. Get that ball out of your hands, find a little rhythm. Get Watson comfortable in that pocket. Let him get a feel for that rush. Dallas got to get moving all day.
Four-man rush, Watson back. Walked up Richard.
Oh, he slipped. Oh, he could have got 7 on that. 7 yards.
Number 1 defense. This Dallas team was no slouch either.
All right, where are we at right now? They're 36.
But obviously,
this is about a 50-yard field goal.
You break that out, and I can already hear some of those offensive line calls by the Browns. They're called spinner, spinner. They're letting you know Micah's standing up. We got to account for him. They don't want.
Yeah, about a 50-yard field goal. They got 4 in.
Right here on the 35. Can't afford to lose any yards. Already in good field goal range here.
All right, it's going to be about 2 yards. They got a decision to make here. Kevin's going to go for this? Yeah, Kevin's gone. Kevin's gone. What's it even a question? 4th and 2 here. They put Pierre Strong in the game.
With his offense.
I don't like that.
These plays, you feel like, okay, I got something pretty special on this 4th and 3. You're a coordinator. You know you've got a chance to kick a.
We're going to empty. Might just be trying to get on the hop. Is that on Micah? All right. Kick the field goal. Kick the field goal. Kick the field goal.
See, that changes Stefanski's mind.
Wow.
Yeah, he got happy feet there.
Even going for the inside move there. He's just a threat. You know, I think that's part of what does he do well. He intimidates you too. It's not just what he does after the play, it's before the play when he's sitting there thinking, all right, I got Mike over me. This is a big 4th down play, and you just get a little too anxious there at right tackle.
How about this? We're still
Are they going for it?
4th and 7 now. Looks like field goal range, but a big decision over.
No, they're not doing it.
Looks like maybe they're trying to get
Yeah, they're just trying to hop. They're kicking the field goal.
with the play clock running down on the first time. Dallas didn't take the bait.
I don't love using your timeout like that. You know, I get, because you're only going to get 5 yards and then get back into the situation to take the 4th down try again. And then you're using a timeout to get that. I get wanting to be aggressive and wanting to set the tone early on. So, like, I'm ultimately fine with it. But, yeah, I don't love using a timeout there and wasting one. I mean, it's the first half, so the timeouts don't matter as much as, like, this were the second half. But let's see here.
It was terrific for this team last year. They've been looking for a kicker for a while, and they found him.
I mean, you don't want to not take the timeout in that. I just don't agree with trying to get them to jump off sides there. Because if you take the penalty, that means it's going to be a 56-yard attempt. Still a tough field goal. And he got it. All right, 3 points. Here we go. Here we go. Would have liked to, I mean, like, it looked like a team that's out there for the first time once all season. They haven't been in the preseason, so they were playing it a little bit safe there offensively, not really throwing it downfield. They're going to look different in the second half offensively than they do in the first, because they're just going to be so much more comfortable in the second half of this game. So you got to anticipate that, you know, the first couple of drives, they're probably not going to empty the bag out. They're probably not going to try some of their more risky stuff. They're going to let Watson get comfortable in the flow of this game first before they really try to do anything too daring. And you got 3 points there. You hope the defense continues to hold you up so you don't have to worry about scoring points super early. And then once you get to that point, you can start to turn it on. So I think that's the game plan there. I like the tempo, though. I like the tempo stuff that we saw. I like some of the motion stuff. You know, I got to hide this dude from the channel because, like, I'm not about to have you advertising the stream here. Got points. Got points. There's no way anybody has any hot takes about Deshaun Watson from that drive. There's literally not much to take away there. Like it though. You can have much worse starts to the year than the Browns' first couple of sets there, offensively, defensively. Let's get back out here and see what the Browns could do when Dallas isn't starting from a negative set here too. The people asking why they're not opening it up 3 plays into the first possession. Yeah. I think some people just, some don't know better, but if they know better, they'll do better. And you just got to explain to them. They're going to open the offense up as the game goes on. At least you would hope, right? Got my pad thai and my spring rolls. Got points, got food, got to laugh in Cincinnati. So far, so good. Let's keep cooking.
Huntington Bank Field in Cleveland. It is a perfect day. I mean, temperatures in the 60s, sun is shining, and the NFL on Fox is back with a gem of a matchup.
Now, on that first kickoff, the coverage did look a little bit leaky there from the Browns kickoff defense. I think they let them get to the 30. I want to see some improvement throughout the game on that because you just can't let teams consistently get to the 30, 35. You can't give teams free yards when you got the best defense in football. So I need a better showing from that coverage unit. He's going to take a knee.
To the 30-yard line. Where we see the Cowboys try it on offense again. Well, much like you were talking about the focus on Michael Parsons.
All right, let's get the defense going. Let's get the defense going. Hey, chat. Y'all ready? I'm ready. Are y'all ready? Bah, 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 bah. Y'all ready? Let's turn it up.
Go backwards against this Cleveland defense. It's too hard to make 10 yards. It's really hard to make 20 yards. So
they got Miles on the right side of the line here. Za'Darius on the left side. And a false start by Dallas.
Moving backward situation.
It's loud in there, bro. It's loud in there.
Well, moving back 5 yards, Cleveland's might not working there. This Browns defense was number 1 in the NFL last year. They did so many things well. The defensive line, led by Garrett, is ferocious. I don't know if the rest of the country realizes just how good their secondary is, right?
very good. Newsom, Thornhill, Delpit, Ward. They can all cover. They love getting after their man coverage, playing tight.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good there. Good fit, JOK. Good fit. What's the flag? Is that on now?
Cleveland may have given it back.
Offside. Defense number 90. Lined up in the neutral zone. 5-yard penalty. We play first down.
Just thinking about that defense. Obviously, there's quality of players in the secondary, but they also have Jordan Hicks at linebacker.
Appreciate the super chat, Rex. I think I read that one already.
Jim Schwartz's scheme. They have Owusu Koromo at linebacker, had a great year last year. So it's not just one good player, Garrett. It's good players at
All right, 1st and 10.
Defensive technique. This line takes swing.
Good tackle, Jail. Woo, good tackle. That was a touchdown saver. CeeDee Lamb was going to be gone for yards if JOK does not make that touchdown right there. That is a huge one right there.
10 years ago or 10 days ago.
Got a super chat from Ray Rack says it was nice to see 4 yards be the first throw of the game.
Guys are terrific players.
So yeah.
Really set the tone for the whole team. They come out here and perform. What you're going to see what we did.
This Prescott.
Oh, he dropped it.
Down the play.
He got hit hard. Good defense there by Juan. Great play here. I mean, he gets that little dip there in the zone, but just good job just meeting him with contact.
Thornhill does. Few tricky coverages for Dak.
Make him be perfect to get over the middle. You got to make him be perfect. All right, 2nd and 10. Now you got him playing in the Browns territory. Aggie Fury says, we back in action, big homie? Absolutely. 1-on-1 here. Oh, how did he catch that? How did he catch? Damn. I can't even be mad at Denzel Ward. Look at this shit.
And what a throw.
Nah, that's crazy.
Coverage on Ward. Love talking about that matchup all week. What's it going to be like with CD Ward, CD Lamb, and Denzel Ward?
That's tight coverage. I mean, hey, bro, what you want them to do? That's almost picked off. Ward almost got it back.
Denzel Ward has his revenge.
All right, 2nd and 10.
He said, I see you last play. Now I got you here.
Yeah, I'm not going to give up that second one. That was a 2-on-1 they had. I mean, might have had the tight end on the outside part of that field, but going fast here.
It's a run. Nothing. All right, 3rd down. It's 3rd down. Let's get going. Let's get going. Let's get going. 3rd and 5. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. They're going to chip Garrett. Juan, what the fuck were you doing? Juan Thornhill just completely like flat-footed right there. That's not good, man. Come on. That's one. Just one. You get the next stop, bro. But come on. Yeah, look, Juan flat-footed right there. You had it. You got the pressure you wanted on this. Look, all you need Juan Thornhill to do is just play his deep corner, right? He just stays there. He gets mesmerized by the pass rush. He forgets to play his. Got to be more aware. Got to be more aware. I don't know if the snap took him off guard or whatever it was. Got to be more aware than that. It's first game. Shit like that going to happen, but, you know. Can't bail out Dak like that because you got the pressure. You got in his face. He threw a shitty ball. You could have picked that if you was in the right spot. I hope he does it again. You can pick that if he does it again. But come on, you got to get that. You got to get that when it's there. Let's get it on offense now. All right, game started. Both teams scored. Game started now. Now it's started. Season has officially begun. All right, Watt. Let's see what you do out here, man. Yeah, Juan's absolutely 100% Juan Thornhill's got to be better than that. I don't even think the call was bad. It was a good call to go blitz. They went hot, and that's because Dak's a veteran quarterback. He's going to go hot. He's going to go hot to the right spot. He went hot to his corner because he saw Juan just standing there. Juan can't stand there. Juan's got to be a playmaker. Juan's got to be more active with his feet. I know he's going to hear it on the sideline, but that's what's got to happen. He's got to be better than that. I expect him to make it back. But really, I'm not too concerned with that drive from the Cowboys because look what it took for the Cowboys to get down the field. It took CeeDee Lamb with one of the most incredible catches you've ever seen in your life. And then Juan Thornhill completely falling asleep for the Cowboys to really move the ball or score in that drive. That's not going to happen every possession. That might happen once every 8 possessions, but that's not going to happen a ton. So if that's what it takes the Cowboys to score, then I'm good on that. I'm not going to be too concerned about that, right? If the Cowboys were getting up and down the field on like an 8 to 10 play drive where they're just gashing us and getting whatever they want left and right, now you have to be concerned because it seems like they have an actual thing that can hurt us that they can replicate. But right now, I didn't see anything too replicatable about that drive. So, yeah, they got 7 there, and credit to them. Dak made some good throws. CD made a great play. But if that's the effort it takes for them to score in this game, then you'll take it as a Cleveland Browns fan.
Connecting with Brandon Cooks for their first touchdown of the year from 21 yards out. And we'll show you how in a moment if the Cowboys have their first lead. Now the Browns will take it from the 30. All right, Tom, break it down for us. What happened there?
Yeah, just great high IQ football here. You got Dak Prescott here at the line of scrimmage. He sees the all-out blitz from Schwartz's defense, and he changes the play. Lets everybody know, okay, got pressure. Signals to the receiver. We're going to run this 3-man combination.
And then look, Ward's eyes are just, I mean, not Ward, Juan Thornhill's eyes are just all in the backfield. He just got lost in the backfield. Look, that's all that happened there. He got lost in the backfield. That coverage could have held up. And what is he saying? He got somebody go up. You up. You the one that go up.
Prescott just laid it out there.
That's hard
Yeah, he was watching the backfield. That's what happened. It wasn't cover 3. It don't look like it was cover 3. It was.
That's what the risk reward to playing that defense.
By the way,
again.
It's a legal formation in Cleveland, so they start from the 25, not the 30.
What happened there?
Ball start. Offense from the 79. 5-yard penalty.
The tackles, they're jumping.
There's already 5 penalties on the Browns, and that's the second one of the Ron Jones again getting started.
Yeah, he was worried about this. They calling it a lot. You got young guys out there at both tackle positions.
I think you just
Again, both tackles aren't out. Dewan is a starter.
You're thinking about this defense and the challenge to tackle. You got to stay ahead of the down distance. You start getting behind, make these must passes, they get really tough.
So they're going.
Oh, get it. Jerome, go outside, brother. He had the 9 lane, man. You had it. You had it, at least for like 5 yards here. Look at this. If he just cuts out there, he got like 5 yards.
They just can't get the Kendricks.
Now you're going to have to make a throw, Watt.
Zimmer feels a lot of comfort having it back in the defense. He's a really great communicator. He's been in this scheme. He blitzes, he covers, he tackles. A terrific player.
Second and long. Watson.
All right, 3rd and 10.
Denver in the trade. Looking to add something to this up.
Yeah, first couple drives, they're going to be throwing it short.
It's a 3rd down and
Really don't expect them to throw anything crazy here. You're going to probably give it the whole quarter.
The drive from Jones for false start. It's just, again, it's hard to gain 10 yards in the NFL. It's really hard to gain 15 yards.
Remember, my key to this game, you got to stay ahead of the sticks. Get set. Yeah. All right, punt, hold up defense. You good.
A good example here of Parsons lining up in different locations, interior defensive lineman going on teller. And
Good job, Wyatt.
they know where he's at on every play. They got a plan. But again, those long yard situations, you know you're going to not hold it forever.
Look, if the plan is to get rid of the ball quickly for Watson, which is what you want to do against Micah Parsons, then you can't have these early penalties on 1st and 10, right? That drive probably would have been more successful if you didn't start it at 2nd and 15, right? You get 7 yards on a throw to Jerry Jeudy, and then you get about 5 yards on a pass to Jerome Ford. That's a first down. Hold on, wait. There you go. All right, good stuff there. Good stuff, punter. But, yeah, if you start that drive with regular down and distance, you get a first down, you stay ahead of the sticks, the offense is still out there. The game plan is going to be to keep this ball out of Watson's hands so you don't have Micah Parsons become a factor. You got to stay ahead of the sticks. Means no penalties. Got to play a cleaner game. Can't have 5 penalties in the first 2 drives if you're the Browns offensive line. Just not acceptable there. Got to calm the fuck down. Got to relax. Get into the flow of the game. I know a lot of these guys are not playing the preseason, so they're a little amped up right now, right? So, you know, you kind of expect a little bit of this, but it's got to calm itself down. You got a defense that's good enough to get you by for a little bit of a jumpy start here by your offensive line as far as penalties go, but you don't want to make it a habit of leaning on that, you know? Good Lord, the bots are in here crazy. Shout out to the mod squad in chat out here taking care of business. Mighty's in there taking care of business. I see him. Cody Clark is in there taking care of business. They brought in Jalen Darden with the roster spot, and that did pay out. You already got 3 points from Jalen Darden, a good return early on. Now, Jerome Ford does not need to go. He just needs to cut outside and be a little bit more decisive. That's it. Good running back, just needs to be a little bit more decisive. Not going to cut a dude off one. You know, I'm not even going to engage that. That's silly. Y'all being stupid. Just try to make sure that you're not coming in here expecting something to be true because you said it was going to be true, and then just getting every opportunity to shout that whatever you said is true. Just relax. Let the game play, and then react to the game as it happens, not the game you want to happen. Clean up this offensive line play and take the dub. Go Browns from Nadine Bloomer. Appreciate you, Nadine. We almost got 1,000 people here in the live chat. I gotta have y'all hit that like button. Right now, we sitting at a sad 284 likes. 1,000 people are in here. I'm saying a cool 750 is not out the reach. Make sure you hit that like button. Let's get to a cool 750 here. I don't think that's crazy to ask for. Good run stuff there. It's gonna be 2nd and long.
To the left side, so bring up 2nd down there. Is Elliott in the game, kind of rotating backs.
When are they going to start calling more aggressive plays for Watson is a question that chat asks. Now, the way I think, they're going to start being a little bit more aggressive once they're comfortable that they know what Dallas is trying to do. So these first couple of drives, probably the first quarter, they're not going to take that many chances. But once we get into the middle of that second quarter, into the second half, I think that's when they're really going to start to, you know, be a little bit more risky, take a little bit more shots to try to get down the field and really puncture this Dallas defense. But early on, they're going to fill each other out, right? You notice Dallas, outside of that one throw to CeeDee Lamb, they haven't been really throwing it downfield that much either. Also, you got to remember, Dallas has a, what was up? Okay, I read that super chat. Appreciate you, Nadine. All right, 3rd and short. They're sending. No, they're not. All right, get them on the next set. It's not a big deal.
Elliott wearing 15 is just weird. I'm sorry. I mean,
Elliott wearing 15 is weird. Did brother not watch college football?
He still looks like he's the same runner. He's jumping over guys down there on the sideline and that. What a great player he's been since coming into this league. They love him back here. Leadership. Get to him again.
Dalvin, good job in the hole. On the ground, still filling your gap. Love that. Big shit there by the big fella.
So now this person taking Zeke's number, taking Deion Sanders' number. I mean, no pressure as a rookie cornerback. My goodness.
No pressure. Get up there and play like prime time. So, coach, at least give me a couple games in.
Hey, he earned that. He earned that. Oh, goodness. That was tough. Look at this tight coverage here by Martin. He gets beat by CD inside. I mean, he earned that shit. He got hit hard.
Inside slant.
He ain't gonna want to take that hit all game, or at least they ain't gonna want him to take that hit all game. Yeah, they're gonna attack Martin Emerson if he's on CD. I thought that was gonna be the case. We need Martin to come up, get a play here to get him off that.
Zone, vice versa, did it matter to you?
It's just a little risk reward with man zone, both offensively and defensively. If you can single someone and make a great throw, and you
Miles is off the field for this set.
There's 10 more yards to gain there, which is what happens a lot with CD. When he catches in space against man, he creates a lot of yards.
It's coming.
It's gotta be a hold. Pickett. That's gotta be a hold. That's gotta be a hold. Look what he did to Grant Delpit. How is that not a hold? Look at this right here. You're going to see this on your replay when you watch it. Look what Zeke is doing. That's a hold right there. You cannot do that. Hands outside the chest. You're basically hugging him. That's a hold. How is that not called? Chip ball. All right, get him off the field. See, look, you worry if they're able to get consistent 10-play drives on you. The one drive where they score on 3 plays or something like that, that's not concerning. That's just going to happen when you play the way that the Browns do. You give up a big play, maybe another big play bleeds into that. Okay, big deal. But those 10, 15 play drives, those are the killers. If you give up those consistently, you stink. And the Browns did a good job there shutting that drive down.
Protection when you get it.
Going off the field, hopefully okay. A little slow there, but should be fine. Nothing situation here.
Ooh, got hit hard.
Will take over late in this first quarter. It's a big play so far. 7-3 Cowboys. Here comes Deshaun Watson.
Yo, those are nice. Hold on one second.
Candace, what's up? I think my daughter's going pro at basketball.
She's 3.
Yeah, she's 3. What's your point?
I'll take those.
Wait, you're a Dix? Could you pick up an agility ladder to my
One
daughter?
sec.
Candace.
John, what are you doing?
You're at this. Grab me that news in
Hold on.
hoodie.
Man. Okay. What else? Yeah.
Ace, you gotta see her. Got 2 8 going right now. What's the next step?
Hey, Patrick, let me call you back.
She hung up.
Oh, goodness. This dude, I cannot.
Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in.
Yeah, so, hey, by the way, have you noticed every time the Browns play on national TV, it is obvious how little the play-by-play people know about the Cleveland Browns. Like, they don't understand how the Browns operate, all of that stuff. It is just painfully obvious whenever the Browns play on national TV, because you have them here talking about how the Browns are playing 2 backup tackles when they're playing DeJuan Jones. Remember when we played the Ravens, they said that Greg Newsome was a backup corner. It's not the case. It's just so obvious. Like Myles Garrett takes his rest on the second drive. We know that Myles always takes a break on the second drive or something like that. He takes a breather for a little bit because he runs so hard. And then they go, oh, is Myles hurt? Every fucking time the Browns play on national TV, man. Every freaking time. It is so obvious every time the Browns play on national TV. Man. Like the stream, where we at? We have 474. Now, that's not a sad amount of likes, but we can definitely do better than that. We got 902 people watching right now. We definitely need more likes than that. Appreciate the super chats coming in. Chris Gustafaro, a OG to this channel, says, hey, Quincy, happy football Sunday. Let's go. Definitely. Definitely. Man, appreciate the mod team in chat for real. Appreciate y'all. Y'all killing it today.
Was trying to prove himself in his third year in Cleveland. And keeping his own territory. Pressure from Parsons in trouble. Slips away. Puts it over. Gets hit. Second was Caleb Carson and his hands on it.
Well, you try to run these bootlegs, but when you run,
I mean, I don't know what to take from that because he dodged 2 sacks, which is incredible, right? He gets off this one from Micah Parsons, avoids the second one, almost throws a pick 6. Okay. Let's just wipe that one. It's penalties on both sides. Thank you, Jeremy, for becoming a member. Appreciate you.
you don't ever want to see the defense touch the ball. Gets away with a little bit of a lucky throw there.
Again, appreciate the super chat, Chris. Oh, David.
He was wide open as Lawrence applied the pressure.
Oh, David had that. That was a first down. Watson got that out of his hands. Can we show the replay of the throw instead of like letting us know that the Browns had 45 quarterbacks from 99? Like, why did we do this? I hate this. I hate when the Browns play on national TV. Goodness gracious. Yeah, they had 38 starting quarterbacks. They could have drafted Tom Brady, but they drafted Tom. I get it. Okay, move on.
Parsons again. I said chip here.
He likes that side too. Pressure again. Parsons comes up.
There's nothing. I mean, he had 6 seconds there. That's really more on Watson's got to get rid of that ball before that happens, right? Like, you can't give Micah that. You can't really give any good pass rusher that much time. Oh, he did a beautiful job of evading the twist, too. I mean, that's Micah being Micah.
High motor gets in
All
there.
right, offense.
Get 2 on you. You know what? Put 2 on me. It doesn't matter.
For now, it's going to work to running from his own goal line. 5 seconds in his first quarter.
Yeah. Holding. This is going back way back. This is going all the way back. There was a hold at the top of this. Yeah, this is going all the way back to the 20. Get settled.
Israel Mukwamu shaking his head. That usually doesn't lead to good things. Let's hear from Cleats.
During the return, holding receiving team number 24.
From the spot of the foul. Yeah, it's going to be all the way back at the 20. Right there at the top of that play on Tony Fields right here. Oh, no, on Pierre Strong. Right before he turned the corner. It's going back to the 20. Hey, guys. It's been 2 drives. Relax.
What?
I bet Bills fans thought the season was over in the first half of their game when they were down like 20-something to Arizona. It came back and won the game. Let's let the game play out before we make declarations. What's this super chat from? The doom scroll is back. You must mean the Browns are on national TV. Ray Rags with a $5 super chat. Appreciate you, Ray Rags, there with the super chat. Hey, they just got to execute play cleaner on offense, really. The penalties on that second drive slowed them down. The penalties on the first drive slowed them down. In this drive, there was no penalties that slowed them down. David Njoku drops a first down attempt. Big play there. You just gotta calm down on offense. I mean, I kind of expected this. This offense was coming out here kind of after no preseason. They were gonna at least take a quarter or 2 to get acclimated. So I'm not really shocked by what's going on here. The defense is holding up, so I mean, you could come back from it. It's not a big deal. Mike Swagger says that's why we got Q in the booth for the play-by-play. Hey, man. Appreciate y'all. By the way, it's official. We are over 1,000 in chat. We got 1.1K in chat. That means we got to get over 700 likes. We're at 575. We're getting close to 600. I like it. But we got to get to 7. We at least got to get a quarter. We got to get a 3/4 of a stack here. I mean, we working on the stack. We're going to get this stack 1,000 likes before the end of the stream. But we working on it, right? Let's get to 3/4 of that stack right here. Let's get to 750. We get to 1,000 before the end of the first half. We cruising. We cruising. Oh, yeah, offense don't look good right now. You should have expected it, though, early on. Doesn't mean they should look like this the whole game or that I'm going to be making an excuse because they look like this the whole game. You want them to look better in the later part of the second quarter. But it's the first quarter. They did not play preseason. They look like a team that didn't play preseason on offense. And they don't have the continuity of the defense to be able to just roll right off the gate like the defense is able to roll right off the gate. So, that's why the defense is there. You want the defense to hold up so that the offense has time to figure it out, fill out what they need to do with Micah Parsons, see what kind of things that the Cowboys are trying to throw in there. And then once you figure that out, you try to take your shots, right? We said it. Middle of the second quarter is probably when the Browns are going to start opening it up a little bit. Miles strip sack. First strip sack of the year, baby. Just whipping Tyler Guyton. One-on-one? Did they leave Tyler Guyton one-on-one on Miles? They'll never do that again. And that's a hold, by the way. And that's a hold, let me tell you. Go one-on-one with Myles Garrett and a rookie. Are you drunk? All right. All right. See, this is why you got time to figure it out, be a little bit slow on offense, not playing the preseason, because you got this defense here. Now they got to do a better job executing, right? You don't want to see any more drop passes. No more pre-snap. Well, limit the pre-snap penalties. You're not going to eliminate them completely, but put a limit on them. Let's start to see some clean football from this offense right here, right? This possession or next possession, you really want to see them move the ball consistently downfield. They have not done that yet in 3 possessions. All right, punts off. Darden's back. Yeah, out of bounds. We get it 22.
The 22. Myles Garrett, the defensive player of the year, and yeah, he's pretty good.
There you go, Myles.
He is pretty good.
It's not an NFL offer.
Don't play with me.
Then we'll take it.
Aren't you a little too old to be playing football?
Wait, what?
They want somebody that can run a 40.
All right. Let's see what they do. I can't believe they gave us a one-on-one there. I cannot believe they gave us a one-on-one there with Myles Garrett. I thought for sure we were not going to see that all game. Like, the Browns have not played Micah Parsons straight up one-on-one. I can't believe they left the rookie one on. Like, if they're that overconfident in Tyler Guyton, Myles might have a big game. Like, I know coming out of Dallas camp, they were talking about Tyler Guyton as if he was like the next Tyron Smith, which is insane. And if that's how they feel about him and they're really going to like try to play him like he's Tyron Smith, yeah, they're not going to do that for more than a half of football. That's crazy. That's wild that they even did it once. And it wasn't like a sneak play action. Oh, we're trying to be cute here and boot out here and just hope that the misdirection throws you off enough. It was a straight up pass set. Like, if that's in the game plan, you can't just take that shit out.
Welcome back to NFL Kickoff Weekend, presented by YouTube TV. A lot of big defensive plays in this game so far from the superstars you would expect. 7-3.
All right, D-Watt, let's get it, man.
Browns have it. Once again, looking for some offense. 30 yards of it.
Get set. Got a hole.
Sean Watson, he's trying to get it going, right, Tom Rinaldi?
Well, KB, great to be with you guys. No secret, he is the biggest question for Cleveland this season. Everyone believes they know the answer. And that's
Get back to the wide, though. I don't need to see Tom Rinaldi's face this long. Let's get back to the wide. There we go.
He hit rock bottom afterward, unable to move it for 6 weeks, lift his hand over his head for longer than that. The entire goal was to get back for this day, opening day, week 1. Said he feels as good as he has since his full season in Houston. As for taking
Chris Custafaro, Miles asks, why no hold? Aren't you from... Hold on. Snap the ball. There you go. Hey.
Seen the signal for anything just yet. Wilson's in the end zone celebrating. Let's go back and see first of all what happened here.
He dropped it.
Complete for sure. Okay.
Okay. Miles asks, why no hold? Ref asks, aren't you Miles Garrett, Texas A&M? Yeah, they're just never going to call it. DB Dog says anything Micah can do, he can do better. Miles refuses to be outdone by Micah. Absolutely. See, I execute better than that. Deshaun's got to give him a better throw. And even if that throw is a little bit low for Elijah Moore, you still got to catch that.
Well, that's the challenge, that, right? You would think Mike McCarthy's got the challenge.
Yeah, they're going to challenge that.
Oh, it's not even close.
I mean, they're saying maybe he trapped it between his thigh and the arm. Okay. Yeah. Watson's got to give him a better ball, but honestly, you expect more to catch that even if it's a little low.
Challenge roll out here from the press box and say, no. And that's the beauty of the expedited review, is that we're not in a 2-minute break right now and having complete Blakeman go to the sideline. Get it done, get it quickly when it's that obvious that we all saw that.
Right, did you make Brady carry your luggage here today or anything as a rookie? Just curious.
I mean, I'll tell you, we protected them on the field, so now we protect them at the back. I love that.
They're going to send pressure. They're blitzing. They're mugging. Yeah, you got it. You're set.
Situation. Watson sees it, goes underneath the joke, and makes it great open field tackle that time by Jordan Lewis. And he stepped short on the first down. We've got our first game.
Got to open it up next drive. We got to open it up next drive.
Brady's going to like this one. His former squad, the Bucs, already up 6-0. Baker Mayfield.
Great catch. Good throw, Bake.
Pass to Mike Evans. He comes down with the 17-yard score. Bucs leading this one, 13-0. Kev?
Oh, Carissa, great to be.
I don't even think it's a case of being rusty, to be honest with you. I think it's just they're not opening it up for the game plan. Like, the throws he has thrown have been fine. I mean, the one to Elijah Moore could have been a little higher, but it wasn't a bad throw. The one to David Njoku was a really good throw under pressure. David just doesn't catch it. It's just, you got to execute better as a team here. You know, I don't think the wide receivers are really doing him any favors right now. But you expected this. You expected to have to hold a little bit for the offense to get there. Remember, I said halfway through the second quarter. We're not even there yet. We'll probably be there once the Browns get this next possession. So we'll see. All right. Yeah, there's not much to worry about with the defense here. I mean, they've looked pretty damn solid. Again, the one drive they gave up a touchdown, look what had to happen for that touchdown to be given up. Look at the sequence of events that went down, right? You had an amazing, he's going to make maybe 5 catches and passes like that all season. Dak and CD Lamb. So it's not going to happen every drive. So you're not worried about that being recreated. And then Juan makes a big mistake there, being flat-footed, watching the pass rush. But you don't expect that to continue either. So, I mean, everything else is gone pretty much as you predicted right there.
This, Hank, this is an official Super Bowl ring. We're about to get full access to the game.
I heard Tom Brady's in the booth.
Yeah, that guy just want to sit there and look pretty, dude. I mean, what's he even know about football?
He's got 7 Super Bowl rings.
Yeah, but the one big out to the Eagles.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, now let's go kick some Dallas butt.
Why it's all about a new record college football. It's all so rising star, technical Arizona. Against Drew Brett, Avery Johnson, K-State. Are you kidding me? Fox College Football Friday kicks off at 80s.
NFL Kickoff Weekend, presented by YouTube TV, continues tonight with Sunday Night Football on NBC and concludes tomorrow with Monday Night Football on ESPN and ABC. Then, Week 2 begins with Thursday Night Football on Prime Video. Stream games live on your mobile device with NFL Plus.
Remember the glorious computer age, like I'm talking Commodore 64, right? Well, listen, Cowboys, they were superstars in that era, 3 Super Bowl titles in the early 90s. And then, you get that dreaded blank cursor. Kind of goes with DOS. That's what's going on there. It's since 1996, they haven't been in a championship game, 7 in the divisional round, just 5-13 in the postseason. That's what they're looking
All right,
at.
defense. It'd be nice if the defense could score here, really take some pressure off.
To start this 2024 season, here is Prescott. Go deep.
Oh, they're trying to pick that.
Ball kind of hung up there for a minute.
Absolutely not going to be.
So many good things about this play call. Just escape in the pocket to give himself time. But they lose CD Lamb down the field. Just not quite enough on it, but looks like his arm
Recovery speed by Denzel Ward here. I mean, no, that was Martin that made that recovery. Good job. Ball was there, CD.
Brown defense. They didn't give up.
Man, I missed the amazing amount of overreactions in both directions watching the NFL create. Shout out to Ray Rags. That's going to get it first. It's going to be short.
It'll be just short. Jalen Tolbert gave him a nice little block. First full possession for Dallas. Went backwards on the first one and then had the nice TD of Prescott to Cooks. Couple punt sets against the Stingy defense.
Hey, Greg, where you supposed to be, Greg?
Over the pile goes to move it for a first down.
Yeah, the Browns look like they haven't played much preseason.
When it works, it's great.
Well, take it when it's there. They've got a big open A gap, we call that, right in the middle there, and Dak sees it, checks to it.
It looked like on that play they had a hard time getting the defensive call in and getting it set. It looked like there was an issue between Grant Delpit and Greg Newsome here. All right, the Browns got 8 in the box. They're expecting run. Tight box. Oh, they ran around it. Good call. Yeah, Browns go 8 in the box, and then both JOK and I think Delpit creep in late, and they kind of crash towards the running back. Ends up being a mistake there. Look, JOK, he's probably supposed to be maintaining a little bit more outside, but he took a gamble on it being inside.
When you give it to him,
Open that up. All right, they're only at the 50.
That's when you avoid the defensive line. Is those jet sweeps, get him around the corner. You don't have to run inside.
There you go. 2-yard gain there, 3-yard gain.
You see the rookies out there. If Tyron Smith, who's now on the Jets, who's a Hall of Fame caliber player, was out there, I'd still be helping. And he said, to me, Garrett's so good, but the importance of helping him at home is even greater. Why?
Well, the communication in past situations, when you have 70,000 fans that are screaming, everyone's looking inside at the ball, and so is Garrett. And so it's the tackle. And they've got to get off. That's it.
Here comes Miles again. Oh, he almost had a strip sack. Short.
Slides forward.
Where's that spot? They're going to give him that? That's short.
A little advantage jumping at home, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, he's just jumping the cadence. And again, this power just rips through the arm of the tackle right in there, and it just barely gets it off. And this you're talking about fractions of seconds of releasing that ball. You feel that as a quarterback. Believe me, every time Dak drops back, he's thinking, get the ball out of my hands. That timing of the pass game is speeding up for him. Oh, they got a lot of bodies inside.
Stand around. Lock in, lock in, lock in.
Our Indeed player resume today is indeed Myles Garrett. Hey, look at what he's done. How about defensive player of the year? Only player with 10+ sacks each of the last 6 seasons. And the guy is just incredible. 3-time All-Pro, and then add in the twist that he grew up in Arlington. You know, root for the Cowboys, playing against Dallas today makes it kind of fun.
Looks like Garrett's settling back down to his normal position over there at the offensive left. Well, he's thinking about moving. Let me go back.
He went back up top. First and 10. Prescott keeps it a lot of time. Seems like he's got a completion there. A couple of Jalen Brooks, who makes the catch as a first pitch back when he's down to the 20.
There are way too many Cowboy fans in there.
6 catches all year last year. His rookie year. Delivers there.
All right, defense.
Drop it down.
The offense has to wake up now.
Just sling that thing.
They're going to at least give up 3 here.
When you do that, I don't encourage many guys to roll left and throw right, but in that case, if you see him that wide open, just feed him that.
Yeah, they've done that a couple of times. It's been successful. So they pushed the pocket left, right a couple times. It's been successful. This is something that Pittsburgh does a lot on the Cleveland Browns.
The pocket. Coach, keep me on the move.
Where they just move the pocket. What they're trying to do more than like get down the field is just tire out Miles there when they run it left, right.
Example right there. He's not dealing with Garrett. Before the defensive line.
Cam Mitchell out there.
Get it out there. Make some plays.
Oh, missed the tackle.
Ford Hill on the step, but not before Ezekiel Elliott made the play and picked up the first down.
Just a good screenplay. Good
Oh, Shelby just missed it. That was almost going to be a tip ball. Damn.
So much savvy.
See, now this is a more concerning drive than the earlier.
Sometimes you think those screenplays are such easy completions. Sometimes I have a lot of fear thinking about
Get set, get set, get set. Oh, Miles is lined up off sides. Yeah, Miles is lined up. Oh, it's coming back. He was lined up all the way off sides. Yeah, he's lined up off sides.
Offside. Defense number 95. Replay first down.
It's funny, you talked about him having the advantage and I'm just a little bit too overzealous that time.
I know, you don't need to go that far. You already beat everybody off the line on that little burst move you got, but
Just how it's interesting, you know, Cowboys, part of the reason they brought back Ezekiel Elliott is they had some issues in the red zone last year, and this is honestly.
Now, the Browns last year, they weren't great at goal line defense situations.
So Cleveland struggled.
And they're not great at it right now. All right. Got to have the offense wake up. Can't go 3 and out here. They need to get at least 3 here. Now the offense, like, you got enough drives under your belt. You got to put together a clean one now.
Just a simple inside zone. They flash the time.
Got to put together a clean drive here.
There's a pretty good hole there in the middle of the defense. Easiest way to get it in the red area is to run it in. You think about that every week. That's a pretty easy one from inside the 5 there. Great drive there by the Cowboys.
That was a nice drive. 11 plays, 78 yards with an area punching back in Dallas on Aubrey's extra point is up and good.
Let's get down there.
Prescott, Ezekiel Elliott.
You get a chance to get the ball, you score here. It's back down, what, 10-14? Get a field goal, 14-6. You're still going to bring it within one score here. So, got to get something though offensively. Definitely need the offense to wake up. If you need the offense to give you something here too, just because the defense does look tired. Somebody brought that up in chat. The defense looks tired. I mean, they've been out there pretty much 4 straight possessions with a minimal break here. They look tired. They look a little tired here. Got 1.1 thousand people in here. We're almost at that quarter. Let's get to 750 here on the likes. Yeah. The defense is just a little tired. We need the offense to show up now. I mean, the defense has shouldered a lot here early in this game. So, need a nice long drive here from the offense or a score. Quick score would be taken too. But you need something from the offense. You need the offense to show a little life. So right now the defense looks like they're running out of energy. Need something, give them some energy here. Now you get the ball back at half. Remember that. The Browns get the ball back after half. They kicked off to start the game. It's a big drive here for the offense. This is a big drive here for the offense. Got to have
Hey, what's missing?
He is an artist.
Big picture first.
Gotta have it. Gotta have at least 4-minute drive here. At least a 4-minute drive or something like that. Gotta have it. Yeah, 2 timeouts. Yeah, I wouldn't say Watson is to blame for the slow start on offense. I think it's overall the offense looks like they haven't played that much, which is true. But I mean, like, Watson also ain't been the solution.
Something offensively. The problem is they have to try to figure out how to block that guy.
Ain't even really been Micah that's been blowing you up offensively, to be honest. It's kind of been your own mistakes, right? Penalties first couple of drives. Drop balls the last 2 drives. Let's put one together.
Spit kick into the end zone, and out the back of the end zone it goes. And now you look for Micah Parsons, right? For Mike Zimmer, if you're a chess player, where do you place him on the board, Tom? Right? Well, you can use him anywhere you want. You look at the pass rush snaps. I've been coverage a lot too since he came into the league. But now, okay, how aggressive you want to be? When you put him up on the line, he actually only rushes the passer 37th in the league, but second most pressure, which means he's so efficient, right? And then today, see, that's where he has been by alignment, and he's got already a sack and 2 pressures. So Mike Zimmer, it's like, yeah, where do you put him all over the board? By the way, remember that new kickoff where he throws the ball bounce in the field of play?
That 3 tray.
The end zone to get it up to 20. Not 30. So keeping me up to date with that. Nice job, KB. So here's Watson. Browns need a little something. Pressure. Watson.
On his feet.
Just gets
Got it. Was he down? Hey, not taking the sack there is a positive. Is he okay? Yeah, he's fine.
Shockingly, Parsons was in on the hit.
Yeah.
So athletic. He gets out of it and then rolling left, trying to make a great throw, but he's just had Njoku out there in the flat, but just can't get enough on it.
Boy, if we just catch the ball, I feel like we're doing much better offensively. That's hit on the ground. Think he overthrew. He was trying to get the dig there. Or not the dig. He was trying to get the out on a... Yeah, what was he trying to get here? Oh, it's a choice route.
That's just not enough. You got to slow him down. You can't kind of eject him into the tackle. Stop his rush. Make him restart.
Got to execute better than this. Got to execute way better than this offensively.
Right. It's just going to be a little friendly hand and let him go. It's going to be too tough for Jones to handle. Parsons.
All right, 4 flat, 4 flat.
Penalty from the secondary.
That's a penalty for the secondary. It's got to be a hold.
It's an early boo-birds from the crowd here at home.
Got to get the plays that are there, though, you know? Yes, that's going to be declined. Got to get the plays that are there. There's really no excuse for that. There were 3 plays so far in this game there to be made. Browns can't execute on it. Now, it doesn't make up for, doesn't guarantee that if you get those plays, your offense is going to score and walk up and down the field. But another 3 and out here, I mean, that's absolutely not what you needed from this offense. Deshaun escapes the pocket, gets a throw down there. You got to make the play for your quarterback there if you're Jordan Atkins, right? He made the play for you, escaped the sack, threw it to you. Oh, almost gave up a block punt there because Devin Bush wasn't paying attention. But, I mean, you got to come up. You got to make the play for the quarterback. Somebody's got to make the play, right? Elijah Moore gets open in middle field. Deshaun gets the ball to him. He can't make a play to catch the ball there. The difference in the game has been that for the Cowboys and the Browns offenses, right? Cowboys wide receivers, they're able to make the plays on the ball. They're able to make the plays for their quarterback. They're able to get up and down the field, even against a tougher defense than what the Browns are going up against. Browns offense, every opportunity they've had, they've either dropped it, David Njoku, Elijah Moore, Jordan Atkins, or they can't get anything off because they're not coming off the ball clean. It's one of the things I was worried about with not playing in the preseason, is that you would look like this early on, and even defensively, while they put together a good effort, I believe, defensively, right? You basically have been put out there, 8 drives almost on the defense against a high-powered offense with CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott, and I think you're holding up about as well as you can given the circumstances for this defense. But even on defense, you're not getting calls in. You're looking a little bit confused. We got Grant Delpit arguing with Greg Newsome about if this is where they're supposed to be. And then we got Juan Thornhill not really sure about where he's supposed to be on the touchdown play. Was worried about this with not playing in the preseason, that you would look a little unprepared in the first half. You can recover from this in the second half, but you got to make sure it doesn't get out of hand in the first half. And right now it's 14-3. You're giving Dallas the ball back. The defense was tired last drive. They got gashed on a 9-play drive. Now you went 3 and out, took no time off the clock, and then you sent the defense back out there. I mean, you're basically putting a lot on the defense right now. And this could be a backbreaker here for them. So you got to perform better than this offensively, even if things aren't going well, even if Deshaun's not throwing the perfect balls, and he's throwing enough to make a play on. You got to make a play there. Offense got to make a play. Deshaun's got to make better plays. He's got to make better throws. The wide receivers have to actually make a play for the core. We talked about this being one of the best wide receiving cores in the AFC North. Well, good wide receiving cores make plays for the quarterback. We're seeing it right now with the Cowboys. They're making plays for their quarterback. We're not. That's the difference. Point blank, period. David's not making plays for the quarterback. Amari's not making plays for the quarterback. Nobody's making plays for the quarterback. Somebody's got to step up and do it. Now they got excellent field position.
First down for Dallas. Now, I wasn't sure with you coming in the booth. I Made sure I did my hair real nice. I figured there'd be
And Kevin's they got to be a little bit less conservative offensively. Like, I don't get the throwing the screen on 3rd and 8 when you're down 11 points. Like, what is that? Why not take a shot downfield? Like, what's going on? What's wrong? Are you not confident with what each other's seeing? Are you not confident with your ability to execute downfield? What's going on here? You've held up fine enough offensive line-wise. Like,
Dak Prescott.
I was going to give him until that 6-minute mark in the second half, but now you got to open this shit up. Like, it is far too late in this game to be throwing screens on 3rd and long. It makes no sense to me, especially when your defense is in a position. You got to extend a drive.
Dak told me, I just want to be a Cowboy for life, and he got it. With a lot of money.
Yeah, he has earned that kind of certainly comes with a lot of pressure. And I don't know if it's best year last year. Good for Prescott.
All right, 3rd and long. Let's get him off the field.
Today, but really the one thing Dak hasn't done.
You really want the defense to get him off the field right here. You don't want this drive to extend. The longer this drive is, the more it's going to be obvious how tired this defense is. Really need to get him here.
2 and 5 since Dak been there, and I don't. Defense didn't perform well last year in the playoff game. The offense didn't perform well. The special teams didn't. Everyone's looking at themselves. So, organization, they got to improve in those big moments, and it does start with the quarterback. And I know Dak knows going to do that as well.
That's down. There we go. Big stop. That is a massive stop there because that's going to be at the 40, 50. It's going to be about 55, 56-yard field goal. Abysmal job protecting and getting to the quarterback. I disagree with that take. Oh, my goodness. I don't agree with that at all. I think the Browns have been getting to the quarterback fine. I think the Browns have been protecting the quarterback fine enough. You know, the one sack they gave up, Deshaun held the ball for 4.5 seconds. You're going to give up a sack in that situation. They got Brendan Aubrey, though. They might make this. Yeah, right down the freaking middle. Jesus.
From Brendan Aubrey, the Cowboys extend to 17-3. We'll be right back after these messages.
So 17-3. You just want points here, right? You get it to 17-6. If you score a touchdown, 17-10, and you end a half on that, you're also getting the ball back for the second half. So double dip time. Browns got a double dip right here.
Long field goals versus, pitting a team deep. And obviously the game situation changes. We said, I love to push my kickers early in the year to see what they can handle because then pressure games later in the year, I feel good about sending them out there.
One thing they are comfortable in is tempo, so we'll see.
These guys, you know the stress of the situation. Battle test them early so you know what you got late. And I think that's good, not just at kicker, but every position. Force these guys to deal with the stress of being a professional football player.
DeJuan Jones is back in the game.
That's how you get the best out of the organization.
All right, so 2:06 to go in this first half. Browns have been putrid on offense so far. A lot of that due to the
no third downs, no first downs. Come on, got to get something here.
We told you about Michael Parsons, DeMarcus Lawrence had 5 pressures in this first half. They haven't been able to run much.
I don't think the creativity's been there offensively either. Like, I'm just not satisfied with what they're running from the structure standpoint. All right, good run there. I mean, maybe it's getting ahead of the sticks thing. We'll see on this drive. They're going to take it to the 2-minute. There's much more than Watson to talk about in this 2-minute drive. I mean, in how the offense has looked. Not really satisfied with what we're seeing from, a schematic standpoint, like how the Browns are running these plays, what they're choosing to run versus what concepts that they're seeing defensively, and then how they're executing those concepts. It just has been left a lot to be desired there. We'll see. It's got to clean up. But again, you got a golden opportunity here. when you're down, 14 points? When you're down 14, this is a golden opportunity to get some points before halftime, and you get the ball back at half. So if you're going to turn shit around, this would be a great time to do it. Yeah, I just have not been satisfied with what the philosophy has been here to get any offense going from Ken Dorsey and Kevin Stefanski. Again, it's a new dynamic. They're working it out, but it's got to be, you got to get it to functional now. Like, the season started. We got to get this to functional. It can't look like this. Especially when your defense clearly needs a break. Your defense needs a break so bad. What's this right here? Chat needs to calm down. It's week 1. Our starters didn't play in the preseason. There's no need to overreact already. Telling chat to not overreact, I mean, it's a losing battle. They're going to overreact. Like, that's what the chat's there for, so people can have their instant reaction. It's like if this shit carries over into the week and people are carrying like their instant reaction like as a take in the week, then that's a problem. But yeah, chat's just going to overreact, man. Can't overreact to the chat overreacting is what I've learned. Just gotta correct things when it's wrong, but you know, that's really all you can do. All right. More importantly, let's get this offense going. Like, we need something. Has there been any RPOs that could create open slants? No, I haven't ran any RPOs yet.
2-4. So this looks to be going back. This throw is a good effort. But that is going to be a hold.
Can't do this shit. You finally get 7 yards on first down, and what do you get right after that? Holding. Now you're back to 2nd and 13. This is the shit. This is the stuff right here that's making your offense look like garbage. This shit right here.
Coming in replacing Alex Van Pelt. It's still Kevin Stefanski calling the plays. Just trying to change up the look and make the offense.
You can't be successful like this. This is not successful.
Dorsey's had some experience.
Because now you're going to put Watson in a situation where he has to throw probably, 7-8 yards downfield. They're only going to give him about like underneath. We're going to come out here and like cover 4, cover 3, play sky, super wide. You see how far their corners are off the line of scrimmage? You're not going to get a big play on that kind of coverage. So what, you're going to throw it underneath to David and Njoku, hope their linebackers can't tackle? See, that's a recipe for shit like that to happen. You can't keep getting behind the sticks. Can't keep doing that. I mean, this was bound to happen.
It leaves one of the most athletic players in the NFL just to stare down Watson and time his jump, and once that ball's up there, you got all those Cowboy defenders tracking it down, and Kendrick's one of the dependable, consistent players.
It ain't even really been Micah doing it to you.
Incredible plays.
Self-inflicted wounds. All first half. Self-inflicted wounds.
It's the 10-yard thing. It just sets them back, puts you in a situation you want to be.
It's just like the first half in Baltimore all over again. I mean, that's just, you can't get a fucking holding call right there.
We'd love to see defense, Cleveland's #1 defense, make a stop here and at least hold them to a field goal. They struggled last season. Once teams got inside the red area, the stop, they gave up the highest percentage of touchdowns. So when you got Zeke up here, gonna try to chip.
Second down. Prescott going for Ferguson. And pretty good coverage there. Brent Devins.
Good coverage.
Ferguson. Bring up a third down and 7. And you have Dallas, who was number 2 on third down offensively last year against the Browns, who were number 1 third down defense. This feels like a pretty big stop that the Browns have to get.
Yeah, it's just.
How many timeouts the Browns got? Big sack. There it is. Huge play.
Smith gets a big sack.
We really shouldn't be putting the defense in this position, man. Like the execution, like how many penalties on the offensive line in this first half? They were at 5-2 drives in. They've had like 3 since then. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The penalties on the offensive line, I mean, that's the first thing I think is going wrong right here. Deshaun not executing well, looking like Deshaun does every time he comes back from injury or suspension. Okay. Jerome Ford's been fine in this game, actually. I think Jerome Ford's actually been fine. But the penalties on the offensive line, the lack of execution from wide receivers and your quarterback, you look like shit right now. Like, you should not look this. You're much better than this. And he'll get that field goal. It's going to be 23. I mean, wait, we're gonna open it up magically right here.
The Eagles Packers.
Just don't love what I'm seeing from a offensive coordinator, Kevin Stefanski standpoint. Don't love what I'm seeing from the quarterback. Don't love what I'm seeing from wide receivers. And like offensive line wise, when they're playing, I don't think the offensive line has been bad. I think the issue with the offensive line is that they get too many penalties. Pre-snap, illegal procedure, illegal man downfield, false start, a hold at the beginning of the freaking play. You can't execute. You can't play good football when you play like this. Can't play good football when you play like this.
Imagine going in the half thinking this is exactly the way we wanted and hoped it would go. Played really good defense. I think offensively handled Garrett so well. Done a great job mixing the run and the pass, the play action pass, getting the ball to Lamb, spreading the ball around. They missed Ferguson there at the sideline. They actually haven't got him involved as much as they were hoping yet, but it's a really great start for Cowboys.
Chip going up, and Darden has it. Darden gets blocked by Overshown. So, how does Cleveland, who hasn't done anything in the first half, react to these 46 seconds?
Yeah, it's a bit of a conundrum they're in because when they're just choosing to pass, things aren't going well. They got to, some point here in the second half, once we get there, sprinkle the run game in, but they can't because they don't have much time left here. So you're down as many penalty yards as you have total yards. You're going backwards as much as you're going forward. There's no way to survive against this defense. There's no way to survive against any defense when you do that. You come in Monday morning and you think, guys, we're going backwards too much. Too many third and longs. No team in the NFL is going to convert third and longs at a high clip.
It's not going to give you much up to the 30. They've got one timeout left.
They did a tight end screen there. I don't mind that.
You know, I guess at this point, the way Dallas defensively is manhandling, we can blame them. They've got a little trepidation to turn it over here. It's Watson. Wilson. Goodness. Jerry Judy got popped and it's incomplete.
They're bullying you now.
Zimmer loves Donovan Wilson.
I ain't gonna count that as a drop. Deshaun threw him right into the safety right there. Like you can't. That maybe you expect Jerry Rice in the 90s and the fucking 80s to catch that shit, but not Jerry Judy in 2024.
That Watson stepped into that thing, but again, safety's just too close for contact and knocks it out. Good, solid defense. We've seen that all day from the Cowboys. Another third presents another good long. They got Carson standing up.
Yeah, let's take this shit to the first half, man.
because you've got to punt it to an all-pro returner. So 17.
Need a run game badly? The run game ain't going. You saw it. They got the run game going earlier in the game, and then they got a fucking hold. This is it's that shit, man. Like, it's not just, oh, the run game needs to play better. The pass game needs to play better. This ain't going to matter. It's not going to matter if you get a 20-yard completion. The next play, you're back in a 2nd and 20 because you got a hold. Or you get a screen that goes for 30 yards, and then you get an illegal man downfield. Or you get a play that breaks off for a big one, but now you got a legal procedure. Just don't love it. Do not let him. Now they got a chance to get back in the field goal range, go up 23-3.5. And we're throwing screens. Like, I've never seen Kevin Stefanski be this conservative. I've never seen him play this scared. This is incredible. Like, this doesn't look like what you expect, and they're about to give up this, 4 seconds. It's going to be, a 60-yard? There's no way he makes this.
It's great football right there. What half for the Cowboys? Those plays aren't easy. You know, you talk about situational football all the time. Hey, we got 9 seconds left in the half. We got to gain 15. What's the play? And just solid execution. Throw it to the sideline. You don't even use the timeout. But this would be a hell of a kick from here.
So this is Brandon Aubrey. Historic season last year. This is a 66-yard. Browns have a returner back to Quincy short as well. Can't see the whistles on this one. Look at this thing, though. Good. But they blew the whistles at the late game.
Offense. 9-yard penalty. Go first in.
He had it. That was good.
Had it. I saw the clock running down. I don't know why they didn't call a timeout. Now, the special teams coach is looking for them to reset the play clock.
All right, let's get a comeback going. 17-point comeback. At least you get the ball to start the half.
For an insane 71-yarder. Why not?
Yeah. Well, you got a returner back there. That's something. Crazy.
Here come the fucking super chats. All right, the offense is totally in the coach, including offense in totally. Yeah, I don't think anything's been good about the offense so far. Like, I don't even, this isn't, there's a level of bad the offense could have been in the first half that I would have been willing to be like, yeah, they didn't play in the preseason. They kind of look like that. This is more than that to me. They look concerningly bad, even for me, who would be more understanding of not playing in the preseason, right? Like, this is what I worried about when you don't play in the preseason. Like, yeah, you'll be healthy, but will you be prepared? What game is Quincy watching? Dallas got holds too. That's not the problem. Yeah, man, look at the penalty count for the Browns offense and then look at the penalty count for Dallas and tell me it's the same thing. Tell me it's the same number. If it's not the same number, then reevaluate what you're thinking, what you're saying to me. Because, yeah, they got 2 holds. The Browns have like 10. And I'm not blaming it on the refs. I'm purely saying it's the Browns' execution on why they're getting those calls.
Prescott couldn't follow through. Got hit.
Is there any positives besides our punter this half? Seems like worst case scenario. I mean, I think the defense has been fine. The offense has just been putting them in absolute garbage situations. There's really nothing positive to bring out about the offense if you're looking at me to say anything good about the offense. The offense has been awful. It's looked bad from every level. If you want to be mad at somebody on the offense, this is the half to be mad at anybody you want. Point a finger at somebody who's responsible for the Browns offense. You can be mad at them. It's legit been that bad. Amari Cooper ain't been great in this game. You can look at Jerry Jeudy. He ain't been great in this game. Elijah Moore. If you want to be mad at Elijah Moore, feel free to be mad at Elijah Moore. If you want to be mad at Kevin Stefanski, yeah, feel free to be mad at Kevin Stefanski. It's not been a good half of football for him. If you want to be mad at Ken Dorsey, feel free to be mad at Ken Dorsey. The offense just looks like we're in first week of minicamp installs right now, like with the procedural penalties, with the sloppiness, all this shit. If you want to be mad at freaking Andy Dickerson, you can be mad at Andy Dickerson today. That's how bad the offense is looking the first half. It's been that bad. You want to be mad at Watson? You can be mad at Watson. You want to be mad at Jerome Ford? I think he's the least mad you could be at somebody. And Jerome Ford has maybe 12 rushing yards right now. That's the one guy I'm like, maybe you don't got to be mad at him, is Jerome Ford. You guys know I'm not going to be negative for negative's sake, but I'm not going to sit here and lie, right? The problem right now, the offense looks bad. What is the problem on offense? Literally everything. It's literally everything. The problems we thought they were going to have, oh, will they hold up against Micah? Least of my problems. Honestly, I would rather deal with that problem and the Browns actually try to attack downfield in the second half of this game than see what they're doing right now, which is just they're running the Kirk Cousins offense. Now, I know Deshaun took the takeaway from beating the Ravens that he needs to play a little bit more conservatively, that he needs to take the check downs and take what the defense is giving him, but not to this point. He has to be comfortable opening it up. Kevin's got to be comfortable opening it. The game plan sucks. They thought they were going to have something, getting rid of it quick, throwing to David Njoku. The Cowboys have adjusted and tackled well. That game plan's not working. Okay, cool. Got to adjust. Got to change it. It's obvious at this point. So, yeah. It's not his fucking shoulder. Stop. Can we not go to the dumb shit every time with Deshaun Watson? It's obviously not his shoulder. Like every time he plays badly, it's never what's right in front of us. It's never the football, right? We got to be mad about something else. Oh, he's not recovered from the shoulder. Oh, he's right. It's the football right now, dog. That's the problem. Deshaun Watson's not playing good football. He looks bad right now. His shoulder is fine. He just looks like shit. That's it. It's really not that complicated. Like, it's not the shoulder. It's not a conspiracy. He's healthy. He just looks bad. He can look fine in the second half. But for right now, it's not anything outside the realm of the brother's just playing bad. Jerry says, shout out to D playing their hearts out while being on the field all half. Shout out to Q for grinding for us. I know how you're gonna love breaking down the first half film. I'm gonna be breaking it down for sure. There's a lot to break down here. I mean, not really offensively, because the stuff that's going wrong on offense is just like, hey, why are you not aligned? Why are you offsides? Why are you holding right now? It's basic elementary shit that's going on offense. And then when they do get a playoff, it feels like they're so shocked to get a playoff that they just throw the ball wherever. I'm mad at myself for having hope. Okay. All right. We're not about to get it. This is not about to be a pity party, though. Don't get nothing twisted. I'm not happy with how the team looks, but we're not about to do a pathetic pity party here, right? We're about to talk about what the Browns could do to get back in this game in the second half. We're not on this woe is me, sad boy bullshit. Go somewhere else if you want that. That's not how I get down. We're going to talk about what's wrong with the team. We're going to talk about what they could do to get better. But if all you want is To get spanked and told how wrong you are for believing in the Browns, like go somewhere else, bro. We ain't on that loser shit. Like that's L stuff. No disrespect to you, Dominic, but we gonna come in here, we gonna hold our heads up, and we gonna try to figure out how the Browns can get back in this game because we seen the Browns come back from 17 before. It's not a big deal. They could come back from this, and it'll be a hell of a comeback here. But right now, they look awful. They look bad. We need to acknowledge that to talk about what they need to do to fix it. And we can't come up with goofy, asinine theories about it being about his shoulder or something like that. We got to talk about the football, right? When Deshaun Watson gets a couple seconds to throw and he throws downfield, he looks like a dude who has not thrown downfield in months. This is why I wanted Deshaun to play in the preseason. He looks like a guy who has not thrown the football in a live game downfield since December. You know why? Because he hasn't. That's why. He hasn't done it. And that's not an excuse. There were ways to prepare yourself to not be in this situation. But we wanted to prioritize getting the whole roster healthy. And we never asked, what if the roster is healthy but we're not prepared? This football team, offensively especially, does not look very prepared to me. It's that simple. Now, I'm not saying playing in the preseason fix all your problems, but you had to do more to get them prepared because Deshaun Watson looks like he's trying to figure out how to be comfortable in the NFL game again. All over again. We've seen this 3 times. Like, this is what Deshaun Watson looks like every time he comes back from a long hiatus. He looked like this in 2022. He looked like this in 2023. He looked like this in 2024. First game back after a hiatus. This is how it looks all the time. It's like at some point we got to do something to prepare ourselves. Like, we got to acknowledge the dude needs to play more football. Like, we cannot play it safe because this version of Deshaun Watson is not more valuable than Jameis Winston out there. Like, if he's not prepared, he's not better than the alternative right now. That's the problem. The offensive line, this is why I wanted the starters to play and to get comfortable during the preseason because it's sloppy. It's sloppy across. It looks like we're just figuring shit out for the first time against the Dallas Cowboys on national TV. It's sloppy. It's just nasty. It's disgusting. It's horrible to look at. They got to play cleaner football. If they play cleaner football, they can get back in this game. But that's what they got to do. Fredo says offense looks like puke. Fire everyone, including you. Hope we go 0-16 again. Why do people come on here and just say the weirdest loser shit? Get the fuck out of here, Fredo. Stop being a loser. Like, you hope the team goes 0-16? That's insane. It's just sloppy. They got to come out, play cleaner football. Look, this first drive back from half is going to make all the difference. They come out, they set the tone, they play a cleaner drive. The defense is going to get the energy off that. You'll get the stop, and the next thing you know, you look up, we got the ball. We're only down 10. If we score here, it's back to a 1-score game. It's not an insurmountable lead by any means, but you got to execute. That's really simple. If you make some of these plays that were there for the Browns to make in the first half, you get downfield and you probably put up points. But at every level, we're not making plays. We make a play, we get a hold, and then we get sent back 10 yards. Or we get a play from Deshaun, he breaks out, makes an athletic throw to get the ball to a tight end. Tight end can't bring the damn ball in. Elijah Moore can't bring the damn ball in. It's really that simple. It's really that simple. Execute, play cleaner, get the plays that are there, get a first down. You'll feel so much better about where you're at. But that's where they're at. They're playing sloppy, undisciplined football right now, and it's no mystery why it looks like this. You did not play anybody. You benched 39 guys in every preseason game. You did not play your starters, nor did you play your backups. It looks like it. I understand why they did it. They didn't want to have to deal with injuries. But this is the other part of it. It's not Madden. You can't just have these guys be ready to play. You got to do better than this. All right. Offense. Okay, I read that one from Fredo. Terrell Gibson, a member, says Q, first half was not good, but we're still in this thing. Let's figure out how we can get back in it and win. Yeah. They got to just play cleaner football. That's it. Cleaner football. It's really it. Cleaner football, execute on plays. Make a goddamn play for your quarterback. Just make a goddamn play. Like, for real. Make a play for your quarterback. And if you're the quarterback, you got to be better than good to get the play off. Straight up. Nicholas says we need to let our franchise quarterback be just that. Just let Amari be Amari. We need to let David do whatever David Njoku does. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that if I saw anything in the first half that like made me feel like Deshaun was playing at a franchise level. But like also like I'm not about to be out here being like, oh, Deshaun's playing great. They're just dropping the ball. That's not what's going on. Deshaun's thrown the ball down the field a couple times and like it hasn't looked good when he's done it. Across the board, literally everybody's playing bad right now. It's not really anything Dallas is doing. It's just us. We're beating ourselves right now. We're putting ourselves in a position to be down by 20 points. So if you want the Browns to play better, they just have to stop beating themselves and start making the plays that are there. It's not really that complicated. It's really that simple. And they're beating themselves on every level. Quarterback, offensive line, and coaching. They're just beating themselves. They're constantly in their own way. Now the crowd's booing them. Looks like that's getting in their head. They're in their own way. They're in their own way. They got to play better than this. It's fine. The game isn't too important. Let the O-line get healthy and let the team get reps with the new offense. The team can get healthy, but they got to be prepared. I'm tired of the team being healthy but unprepared. Like, being healthy is not worth the sacrifice of being unprepared because you're not guaranteed to be unhealthy because you play guys, but you're guaranteed to be unprepared if you don't play guys. We really got to just play better. People talking about Baker Mayfield predictably. And I mean, like, they deserve it at this point, right? Like, this half is not gonna convince people that Deshaun Watson is still good at quarterback. Like, I mean, this half is gonna feed the narrative for months if he doesn't do something about it in the second half. Dominic says it was more of a joke. Love what you do, killing it. You're our one positive so far. Appreciate you, Dominic. Appreciate you. It's the internet. It's hard to tell context. Hey, though, on the positive note, we do have 1.6 thousand people in here. 1.7K. 1.7K. And I bet a good chunk of this is Cowboys fans trolling. But even if you are a Cowboys fan trolling, hit the fucking like button. Let's get the 1K likes. Let's get the 1K likes. Hit that like button right there. Scott Wood, thanks for being here, keeping it real, Q. I try my best. We got another super chat from Soul Train. Tom Brady has won Super Bowls after getting abolished week one. Last week one season, people overreacted. And want the second half remaining is odd. Yeah, I mean, I think people are right to want the team to look better in the first half. Now, are people right to call for people to get fired? No, but though the people say that shit all the time, right? But if the overall sentiment is we need the offense to look better, I think you should expect it that the offense looks better than this in the first. I think that's a very fair expectation to have, that the offense looks better than this, you know? So that I'm not really gonna dog on people for being that way. But, you know, the people who are going to take this opportunity of like, hey, the Browns aren't playing well, it's acceptable to say negative things about them, and then immediately turn it into like, now that's why they need to fire AB. Yeah, okay, that's the shit I don't really mess with. Sometimes all it takes is for guys to get punched in the mouth. Yep. All right.
I mean, you're right.
Let's do something now. We're back for the second half.
Multiple backup tackles playing. And as we welcome you back to
Hey. We're about 15 likes away from being at 1K. Let's hit it. Let's get those 15 likes right now. If you haven't liked, hit the like button right now.
team. And now Cleveland trying to find some sort of offense. Tom Rinaldi, how did they do it?
That's a good question, and that's how I started with Kevin's.
Going through the kinks, hopefully can figure it out in the second half and for the rest of the season.
Listen to Tom Brady clearly and said, it starts with us not going backwards. We can't drop the ball. We can't commit as many penalties. We need to play clean football. He was encouraged by the fact that they.
I think it's more than kinks.
He knows they have 30 minutes to go. He also said they're doing a great job on Myles Garrett. Second half to go, we can get back in this. Guys?
I'll see how they start. So do it on the ground with Jerome Ford on the right side.
Good run.
Pushing the pile for.
All right, it's about 4. Get ahead of sticks, no penalties, clean drive. That's all.
Head coach Mike McCarthy, and I said, come on, you didn't want to go for it? 71-yard field goal? You told us you're going to take advantage of these. He left. He did laugh, though.
I'm just glad we don't look like this versus the Patriots. Yeah, if we look like this versus the Patriots, I'd actually want to choke myself out.
Well, yeah, tell me what he's talking about. I'll finish up in a minute.
Here's Watson looking to throw. Outside of
That's got to be on us.
He appreciated all the praise from you. He also said the biggest key for his offense, of course, they were staying.
Is that illegal? How many times?
Up the pace here, Kevin, in the second half.
How many? Every time we get a positive play, man.
Just really want to try to make Deshaun Watson go long here in the second half.
Yeah, it's a great point. By the way, impressive stopping a starting skill there. But Deshaun Watson doesn't have a completion more than 5 yards, right?
O-line is getting penalties, receivers dropping the ball, and Watson isn't playing well. Hard to have anything. Yeah. That's behind. It's a bad throw.
For 6 yards on the day.
Just obviously behind the sticks again and out of rhythm.
Now we're on 3rd and long.
You know, you don't play in the preseason, and now you're out there against a good defense. Let's present some challenges because you're not really running the ball great. You got a lot of long yardage situations. Here you are again. Another 3rd and 10. It's actually 3rd and 11. We're dealing with this pass rush. They got Parsons standing.
Boy, they need a big play.
This so challenging.
It's to Marcus Lawrence, who's a fantastic game, gets home.
Lion Parsons up here in the interior of the defense and goes through Batonio, and he just forces him over to Lawrence. Watson feels the pressure on the left side, so he tries to escape, but then
They just overpowered our right side. Like, we didn't even miss a block or an assignment there. They just powered through it. It's a good play by them. I mean, they're playing well. The Cowboys are playing good, crisp, disciplined football. You see how when the Cowboys get a big play offensively, they don't get a penalty that sets them back 5 yards? You just can't win like that. You can't win. The last 2 drives, they've gotten 8 yards or 5 yards on first down. And then what do they do immediately after that? Get back to the and we're about to give up a fucking punt return kick. Yeah. You play like this versus a good team, no matter how talented you are, this is going to happen. This is what happens when you play like this versus a good team.
such a dangerous returner. And now,
this is what happens.
And here he is getting his opportunity.
They get the momentum. They get downhill. Now they're great players, and their good players are even more confident, even more excited. Your players are feeling like garbage. They're getting booed at home. This is what happens when you play sloppy, slow, disgusting football against a good team. If this were like the Carolina Panthers, you might be able to get away with it. But the Cowboys, they're going to be in the they're going to be at least in the divisional round in the NFC. This is what happens. You got to stay ahead of the sticks when you have the opportunity. Every time. You get behind the sticks. Now they can just tee off on you. Look, if you want to know what's happening on the football field, the Browns get 5 yards. Then they get a penalty. So now it's 2nd and 11 again. Now that it's 2nd and 11, the Browns are in an obvious pass situation. So what did the Cowboys counter with? Sending 5 and then pushing back everybody else in their secondary. So they're in 3 sky, 3 buzz match. They're running quarters on you, right? They're clouding the middle of the field because they're not worried about your run game on 2nd down. And Deshaun Watson has to throw into that. He's already not looking crisp. Well, now he's throwing into like what, an 8-person secondary. And then you're not getting separation. You're not getting open. Sometimes you're not even on the same page with your wide receivers because you're running a new offense and you haven't played this offense at all in the and it's just stacking on top of each other. Feels like the 2019 game all over again. You better hope the season don't end like that. At this point, I need to see them put together some positive momentum. I think that's more important. Like, you're down 20. If you come back, you come back. It's early in the 3rd. It's in the cards. It could happen. But I need to see them put together something that you can at least not be embarrassed about offensively. Like, for the rest of this game, I need them to show some fight. I need this offense to do something. Like, can't have the whole freaking game look like this. Look at those tier streaks. People just get on the internet and make shit up.
Dante Turpin, 60-yard punt return, first touchdown of his career, and that was a thing of beauty. Needed that one extra block and got it. And it's really all Cowboys right now. Auburn will kick it off. Return, you going to the 25 where they'll start on offense. And look, for the Browns, a couple years ago, they made the trade. They signed Deshaun Watson to the rich league history at the time. He's been hurt a lot, we know that, but I think this part is a little disturbing. When you look at Browns quarterbacks under Stefanski, he's had a lot of others because of injuries, and the production is the same, if not better, with the other quarterbacks, not with Deshaun Watson. This
Woo, they're going to have to dig themselves out this hole. Unless they come back, this is going to be a crazy hole for them to dig out of.
Going on here, right?
Crazy hole to dig themselves out of.
Still in it. It's a 1-game 2.
It's been good. It's just to play.
Yeah, I mean, you come back, you win this game, you don't really have a hole to dig yourself out of. But boy, you're gonna have to dig yourself out this hole from a PR perspective. It's horrible.
This is what this entire offense is doing, but they do need to step up, make throws.
There's lots of looking to make the throw. He's going to take a shot, going deep.
Yeah, now he's just pressing. He's just pressing. He's trying to make something happen. This looks like 2022, dude.
You got to at least take some chances. And I know going into this game, if I'm Cleveland's coordinator and play caller, fans kept thinking we got to get him comfortable. We'll just get some short throws, some completions, get his confidence up. The problem is now
why would you even throw that? It was double covered.
Pass-a-thon.
He's just trying to make something happen.
Pass-a-thon against one of the best rushes and one of the best pressure teams with Parsons.
Just worry about scoring one drive at a time. You can't try to get it all back in one throw.
Parsons, there's a lot to handle.
Now we got to waste the timeout. If they do another 3 and out, I'm gonna play Boulder Skate. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
Thing I want to see her in the second half is I want to see these guys still bring some juice and energy in Cleveland. I don't know if they can make it all the way back, but I want to see some good, solid execution, eliminate some of the penalties, try to build something as this half goes.
36, and that's a still conversion. Jerry Judy has a catch. And then they get a sarcastic cheer. That's the longest play of the day that converts the first down.
I don't think that chair is sarcastic.
It's just throwing in rhythm, and you have a soft corner out here in Carson. You signed Judy to a big contract this offseason,
right.
and that's a good throw and catch. Puts the ball right on the outside pad of the receiver.
Let's finish this. Again, if you come back, you come back, but you just want to play. You just want to get each drive, try to get the most out of each drive, and then see where you're at when the fourth quarter starts. Quarters, they're blitzing.
Scrimmage. Well, this Dallas defense, specifically Michael Parsons, has just wrecked the plan. That's part of the reason it's not working.
He's just got so much athleticism, and he's up and under, and he's getting chipped, and not a good amount chip there. And Betty's trying to hang on for dear life, and he just keeps showing up in the backfield, forcing error throws, and you feel it.
If you were at the game, good throw. Oh, big play there. There we go. If you were at the game, start throwing. Okay, stop that shit. Hey, ban Fredo from chat. I don't give a fuck that he's doing super chats. Ban Fredo from chat. That was reckless.
Learn so much about your team in situations like this, where you just start the season with a lot of hope. You go out there in the first half and you don't play great. Hey, what are we going to do here in the second half? We're going to lay down, or we're going to go out there and fight. That's what I want to see from Cleveland.
Watson again, fires over the middle decisively.
There we go.
Aikens that time, the backup tight end. And he's going to pick up 6. We'll get into the tight ends, a pretty good plan. I'm starting to joke, he had a career year last year. The first Pro Bowl at 882 yards, but a lot of that came with Joe Flacco. Joe Parsons again into the 10. Sorry, Tom.
Again, you got a 5-man protection, so you have an open edge here with Parsons. Going to have to get rid of it quick.
There we go. Again, just get what you can out of every drive and to just see where you're at in the fourth quarter, right? Can't worry about making it all back. You can't score a 20-point touchdown. It's got to get what you got to get out of each drive and then just see where you're at in the fourth quarter.
He's got the velocity. Now he's just got to make those quick reads, especially against a defense that has the pressure rates that Dallas has.
Good coverage. Yeah, you didn't want that ball being anywhere near him. It was a throw out of bounds here. I'm surprised that they haven't ran a slip screen yet with how aggressive Dallas has been. You can't run a slip screen because you don't got any of the tackles you want to run out there to get in front for that slip screen.
He's out for a while with a foot injury, but at least they get Diggs back. And
so you're not going to run. Well, you could run. I don't think they want to test it that much.
In his first year as Cowboys coordinator, but not his first year in Dallas. Coached here for 13 years before. Won a Super Bowl in that time. And back in Big D. Second and 10. Blitz is coming. Watson. This time he's going from the other side. It was in a Cooper. All covered again. That time it's the rookie coach.
Yeah, you see, he's overthrowing a lot of stuff when he's throwing it downfield. I think he's just too amped up. This is kind of why me and Tyvis talked about it. You wanted him to play in the preseason because you knew that first game he was going to be back out there. He was going to be amped up. And that means you're going to be putting a little bit more juice on shit. And that can lead to a lot of overthrows. It's the 4th overthrow I've seen of him. And, that's not what we've seen out of Watson when he's been here, that he overthrows that much. So, got a linebacker here on Jerome Ford. That's a first down.
First down, that is Cooper, second catch. See what the spot is. Yep, first down, first and goal. Good throw by Watson. They get up to the line quickly.
That's probably a run.
Yeah, first down, Watson's face and just throws it away.
Roughing the passer.
Wait a second. Did they not give him a first down? I thought the signal was for first down. I did too.
Okay, they gave us the first down.
The teams, the Cowboys offense came on the field. Like I was like, wait a second. I thought they signaled first down there, right?
Clean Blakely clearly did signal first down.
Yeah.
So then replay and the assist from New York said basically they did make the first down, which they did.
Mike, just making sure we're not hallucinating here.
What the hell was that?
Stefanski would say, hold on a second. It's not fourth down. Now I'll go back. Try it again. It is second and goal. That's really bizarre. Well, that is really not great.
Oh, God, that's not good.
Good Njoku was last year on that catch. He took a hit from Hooker, got checked out in the blue 10, and now he's going back for more evaluation. All right, so they get the right teams on the field now, I think. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yeah, that was. I'm pretty confused myself up here looking, going, what happened?
Yeah, you know, it's like one of those things.
All right. Hey, it's second and goal, man. You got to stop conversing with Mike McCarthy about it. It's the decision's been made. Q, you know it's not going great right now, but I just want to give some positivity, love to you making this game much more enjoyable, wins or loss. Appreciate you, Alec. Appreciate you.
He's not going to be able to do that.
All right.
But it looked like on the play.
Worry about it one drive at a time here.
I don't think there's any doubt when they put the ball down.
It just doesn't look pretty, that's for sure. But it's the first game of the season, so every once in a while you sneak up in the situation where you get confused on the field also. But it ends up right.
So a lot of kinks to work out, is what you're saying.
Guess what? You know what?
They are going to play so much in the preseason next year. Got it. All right. All right. What? 3-score game here. Play defense. Play defense. That's 2. Good throw. Good throw. 1, 2. There you go. Play some fucking defense now. Let's go. We get a turnover. We can get back in this.
Good drive by the Browns.
First touchdown is a Brown for Judy. Bronco extra point is up and good.
All right, let's play some defense. Let's play some defense, see where we're at. All right, if you're a Browns fan right now, if you want the Browns to win or you want the Browns to come back into this game, just got to take it one drive at a time. Remember, you cannot score a touchdown that's worth 17 points. They're all going to be worth 7, 6, or 8, right? Depending on what you do with your extra point. So, got to just take it a drive at a time. You get the score here. You get a stop here defensively. You get another touchdown. Now this is a ball game again. And you could be entering the fourth quarter with it being a ball game again. So that's what you need to focus on. One drive at a time. Let's work back. That was a clean drive from the offense. Look how much. Now, again, they're probably playing against more off coverage. They're probably playing quarters flat, giving the Browns a lot. But still, look at how much better the offense looks when they just don't get a penalty right after they get a big play. When they're not in 2nd and 14 and having to bear the rush of Micah Parsons, yeah, they look fine. Got to stay ahead of the sticks. Got to play clean football. You can move the ball on. especially now. They're taking the foot off the gas a little bit defensively. They're a little bit tired because they've been running us off the field all goddamn game. So just play some clean football. It shouldn't be this way. The score shouldn't be this. If you play clean football in the first half, I promise you this would be a 1 or 2 score game. But it's a 3-score game right now after a touchdown because of the lack of clean football that you've been playing. So you dug this hole. Let's see if you can dig yourself out of it. But let's not try to get it all in one scoop, right? Let's just plug away at it, see what we can get. Plug away at it, see what we can get. Play some defense, see what we can get, man. That's it. Defense got some rest now. Comeback is doable. Oh, yeah. Why no 2-point conversion there? Cut it to 16 in a 2-possession game? Because it's not the fourth quarter yet. Like, you don't want to start doing stuff like that until it's the fourth quarter and you're really on a roll offensively. They just got going offensively. You don't want to really test it by going for 2 in that situation. So I agree with just kicking the extra point there, to be honest. You're welcome, chat. I threatened to play Baldur's Gate and we scored. And keep the pressure on, Ray Rags. Keep the pressure on.
Browns finally showed you a little sweet music on that last drive after being silent the entire game. Downfield they go. Deshaun Watson looked crisp. Jerry Jeudy his first touchdown. And now, 17-point game.
All right, defense.
8:42 to go in the third quarter. And the Cowboys will take it from the 30. Well, you look about the rock and roll history in this town, and look, you go back to the jukebox, right? When the Browns were playing all the hits, and you think about the 64 NFL championship game, they defeated the Colts, shut them out 27-0, right? Flip on another record, probably since 65.
Oh, God, they're doing the doom scroll again. Why are they doing the doom scroll?
Season wins, and that's what they're trying to change. That's the rock and roll thing. It's great. Now this play's about to get rocking as his number 1 defense.
Defense gets some rest. Comeback is doable. Let's see it, dog. Malik. Let's see it. Turn around. There we go.
What's going on, Carissa Thompson?
Appreciate the super chat, Jerry.
Mayfield finds Prescott. He does a great job of reaching across that goal line, getting in.
And shout out to Baker. He's been playing good football lately.
So let's see. We're in the booth together, and I see Godwin and Evans catching touchdowns.
I know. I love those 2 guys. Those guys brought so much joy to me in Tampa. I love playing with both those guys. Those guys are warriors, champions, and always good to see those guys play well.
CD's got it. There you go. There you go. Start moving downhill. 3rd and 8. 3rd and 8.
It'll be a 3rd down and long.
I like seeing that energy by Cleveland's defense. If you get a score by the offense, and
Appreciate the super chat, Ray Rags.
a little bit. Garrett here on the bottom of the screen, back on the right side. See if we can create some pressure over there. They chip on.
Short. All right, offense. Let's build. Let's build. If you get this to 2-score game, if you get this to a 2-score game before the fourth quarter, you can make something happen. Good coverage there by Greg.
Just a little angle ram route, we used to call that.
Start throwing your stuff at the play. Okay, yeah, get rid of Buckeye Scoop.
Yeah, I like to see the fight. So, football, early season football is all about trying to learn about your team. Good stuff.
Appreciate you, Ray Rags, for deleting them.
A couple nice returns today. Gets him up to the 35. There's a penalty, though, at the other 45. So let's see what this is. Well, so the Browns without David Njoku now, as we showed you going back into the locker room. But they have a little smidgen of momentum here. Defense gets a stand. They're coming off a touchdown drive.
See if they got more of it, and are they going to continue to mix these play calls?
What's the flag?
They're going to have to throw it. There's plenty of time left.
Got to be against the Browns.
Just the margin of error is slim. Got to eliminate the penalties. They're going to need a little bit from the run game. She'd love to see them string together another drive here.
During the kick, holding receiving team number 54. Penalties 10 yards from the end of the spot of catch. First down, Cleveland.
Well, it's another penalty on Cleveland, the 9th. Concern for the Cowboys. That was Brandon Cooks going into the locker room. So we'll update you on that.
All right, we're going to commercial break. 27-10, 7:47. Remember, the Browns can force it. Like, the Browns defense has this unique ability to get a lot of 3-and-outs. So that means your ability to come back in games is going to be a bit enhanced. Now, again, you need the offense to capitalize on it, because now we're talking about, hey, you got to score 30 points in about a quarter and a half in order to win this game, including the one that you just scored. So it's going to take the offense going from having one of the worst first halves I've ever seen of a Kevin Stefanski offense having to like one of the best. It's doable, though. David came back. Is David back out there? Let me check. He's questionable to return. Cam Justice has tweeted it out 5 minutes ago. And Mahmoud Diabite is out for the game, if that matters. One drive at a time, y'all. One drive at a time. Let's just see. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. One drive. Right now, we just want to see progress, right? Last drive was nice. Want to see it replicated. I don't care if it's a long drive that scores on this one. You don't need the quick score until fourth quarter, right? Remember how we came back against Baltimore. It took us getting back, and then it went down 17 and all this shit. We came back from, 14 in the fourth quarter.
Welcome back here to Cleveland, and that is David Njoku, the Browns tight end, being
He's got an ankle injury.
Here you see on that last scoring drive, the difficult tackle, and you take a look at the ankle that folded beneath him. Ankle injury, questionable to return. Certainly the Browns need every offensive weapon they can use and try to get back in this one and continue their momentum, KB.
Yeah, Pro Bowl tight end Njoku led him in receptions last year. That's a problem. This Watson looking to build on. Let's it fly for Cooper.
Yeah. Do it out of bounds, but there's a flag.
Kalen Carson was on coverage there.
Just a little too much contact there, huh?
Yeah. That's gonna be fit. That's gonna be a spot foul.
Just have to put it pre-pass. It becomes illegal contact. Ball in the air. Then it becomes defensive pass interference. And here's what
Contact,
it says.
defense number 21. 5 yards, automatic first down.
Yeah, 5 is better than 30 in that case if you're Dallas. But trying to get Cooper involved. He's been quiet. Only 2 catches for 16 yards. And they're going to need him without Njoku, no doubt.
See some of those throws go over at the rookie Carson, too. So they're doing a good job finding him. With the safety leaning that side.
Fake to Foreman was in the game for the first time. Watson.
Downfield. He's too juiced up. He's just throwing this shit so hard out of bounds. Honestly, like, this kills all of his shoulders still broken stuff. I mean, he's clearly yonking the motherfuckers. It's kind of a problem. He's throwing the ball too hard. Like, he's too used to, like,
I'm not going
being hurt.
I'd rather go at the rookie than at the veteran corner who's had a lot of experience. And
all right.
he's going to play one of the better routes he plays. Those
2nd and 10. It's weird Foreman has gotten nothing today. Yeah. Good job, Fort.
Better tackle that time.
What's the flag? Was there a flag?
First down, but Jordan Lewis played it really well. Nickelback for these Cowboys.
Yeah, and with the loss of Bland, he's really stepped into the spotlight again. He had a great training camp. Coach McCarthy was really pleased, and he's been a good player since he came in the league. So feisty, competitive. Of course, he's a Wolverine, so it's kind of what we do for Michigan.
Here we go. Sure they love that here in Ohio.
Tough matchup for the center here.
Third down. Oh, penalty flag. Watson and team.
What's the penalty?
Second in this game, he gets home with the sack and it stands.
It feels like it's on us.
Illegal formation.
Three scores.
So Kendricks has an interception and now a sack and a half in his Cowboys debut, playing for his former head coach and Mike Zimmer.
Productive day for him.
Man.
Yeah, bring him in.
Keep playing defense, one drive at a time. One drive at a time. Don't need to do anything crazy. Don't need to run a fake punt or something stupid like that. All right.
Connection there, but what is? What's loose or block on the practice? Turpin's got the puppets in early. There's a penalty on the play. Turpin across the 40. And this looks like it'll be coming back. Well, this would be on the Cowboys and move them on back.
Good stuff there. Let's get defense going. Turnover here would be huge.
10-yard penalty. First down downs.
Is that Mike Fort?
Well, that's the penalty. The Browns are saying, come on, we need a little something here.
Let's keep playing defense.
I catch football. I catch Radford straight.
I don't know what they're going to do here. I'll be right back, y'all. I hit the pause. Wasn't there? Oh, it timed out on me. Good tackle. Good tackle. Oh, he hurt his ankle. That's unfortunate. Jordan Hicks just trying to go grab at him. And is that Hawkinson? That's not Hawkinson. Yeah, see, look, he tries to get the ankle. He jumps over him, and then he just lands super awkwardly. Yeah, it's a high ankle sprain.
So good in his second year, just exploded. Made the Pro Bowl, 71 catches, 5 touchdowns. And Dak Prescott really trusted him quite a bit. And just like Cleveland lost their tight end weapon, now it's Ferguson. Concern for him.
I've had so many great years with my tight ends, and it's just a safety blanket for the quarterback. And when you have that position that's dominant and can beat matchups.
All right, let's get it here. 2nd and 8.
To get the tight end of the ball, they have great.
One drive at a time.
The size of a guy like
One series at a time.
Njoku gives both those quarterbacks a good fast option that can produce. So tough to see both those guys go out for now.
Let's go. Hand off to Elliott. He's just got nowhere to run.
All right, 3rd and 6.
Get on the tackle now for the 3rd down, long coming.
Remember versus Baltimore, it didn't all happen drive after drive after drive. It wasn't one clean linear comeback like that. It was stops after stops, but not drives after drive.
Prescott sees it, throws underneath it, it's incomplete. Newsom was there, wouldn't have made it anyway. It's now the intended receiver, and the Browns defense stepping up, and they'll get it back.
Here you go.
It's good coverage, and that's what you want from your #1 ranked defense. You got a little momentum when Cleveland scored.
4th and 6.
Got the stop, punted back. Cleveland didn't do anything. They pinned him back.
Someone said, oh, he's dancing while he's losing. I prefer that. I prefer them try to get juiced up to make a comeback than sit there and have their heads down and feel like they can't do nothing here. Good return by Jalen Darden.
Take this look back 30 years ago, the start of Fox Sports.
That's all here with John, man. We're starting our first year with Fox. Man, this is what it's all about. Johnson. Touchdown. That was a heck of a catch by Johnson, but a heck of a play by Troy. Man, the Cowboys were very impressive today, Pat.
Boy, that is pretty good. Pat and John, and then, of course, Daryl Johnson, our teammate here at Fox, Madden, to Aikman, to Olsen, Tom Brady. Yeah, that's a pretty good lineage right there. Now the Browns with Watson. Good field position. Can they take it?
Good run.
Gets into Dallas territory. Picks up 6. We pick up a game break with Kirk.
Okay, you get this thing within 2 scores to start the 4th. You can do something with it.
Team when he gets his first touchdown as a pro, the 2nd overall pick in this year's draft. His team still down 30-14 against the Bucs, but nice moment there for that young man. Tom, your first touchdown October 14th.
Defense is trying here. Come on, offense, do something. Probably good that ball wasn't in.
Things have happened since, but yeah, it feels good to get in the end zone. I like seeing all these young players get in there, getting some live action. That's what this weekend's all about. See where they're at. See where they got to improve.
3rd and 4. It's a rare 3rd and short for Cleveland.
Yeah, they've had so many 3rd and longs. Average of 3rd and 7 over the first 10. It's nice to be in this situation. Gives you some options. Yeah, with this pass rush, the ball's got to come out quick. A lot of communication up front.
Got right forward. It's just didn't have a chance. And DeMarcus Lawrence, one of the best run defenders in the league, says, got to go for it here, right?
Yeah, just too many bodies up there on that one.
Don't love this play calling. This is not one of Kevin's best days as a play caller. Good Lord.
6. That's a long 4th and 6. That's a long way to go.
Jerry's hurt now.
It's funny, the numbers actually, by a small percentage, say to punt here.
Running down on the play clock, too.
But they will go 4th and 6. Every time puts back into Parsons in the middle. Watson rolling away, looking for something. Nobody's open. Here's Jets, and the Cowboys take over. DeMarvion Overshown.
All right.
For Dallas.
See what happened here. So they sent 5 here. Played under well. Good coverage. The pocket collapsed. What he did have was a post route over middle from what I could tell from that angle. But the pocket collapsed. He couldn't step into it. They're just winning on the line of scrimmage right now.
They expected high things last year, obviously back. And Mike McCarthy said, hey, we're going to play him in some sub packages to get his feet wet. Cowboys fans were wondering why he wasn't listed as a starter. Well, I think if he's playing in certain packages and giving you that, he'll take it, right?
Yeah, you want to see, hey, young player, get him out there. What's he going to do? He's going to make plays like that. We got to find more ways to get him the ball. Or excuse me, more ways to get him involved.
Taking the fighters down, get the ball sprinting through for a first down. Good ball, is down all the way down.
All right, get him on this set. I know you're getting tired, D.
Picks up 10 yards on.
Got to get him on this set.
It's Overshown. Boy, Mike Zimmer's got a lot of toys in the toy store.
Yeah, I want to look at that play again, the 4th down one, to see if he escaped, if he bailed on pressure, or did he just have to escape on pressure? I felt like it was an escape.
Got a lot to deal with. Trying to get the one game out, wasting time. Take command of the game. It's Garrett in on down after a 1-yard gain. The Cowboys approaching 100 yards rushing now, up at 97, and it has been relatively balanced. Elliott's got 9 carries, Dowdle's got 7, and this Brandon Cook's back. Aaron told us that he had a little bit of a dehydration. They were working on that, and he's back. Looks like he's ready to get back in the game.
Everyone's trying to get in game shape.
Week 1, man.
A lot of years. It's been 8 months since you've been out there for a whole game.
Trying to show blitz. It's picked up. Prescott comes back underneath.
It just misses it.
Way high for Tolbert. He was looking for the deep shot, and now misses on the short one.
All right, 3rd and 9. There you go. One series at a time.
And now Brandon Cooks does check back in. 3rd and 9. Cowboys already in field goal range. Up 17.
You know, the Browns haven't moved Miles a lot here. They haven't put him over A-gap one time this game. They got JOK hovering over A-gap. He's going to drop back in coverage, though. And delay of game or timeout? Delay of game. Yeah. Don't get a penalty.
Delay game, offense, penalty, 4th down.
Yeah, and I've got to be aware of that play clock. And sitting there at the 30 and the field goal kicker's banking on a 47, 48-yard field goal. Now it's a 53-yard field goal. Not that he can't make it, because he's already made plenty of long ones, but just you're in that field goal area between the 30 and the 40, and you're thinking, no negative plays. Got to get some of that back.
Set up screen. Mix of miss, but not the next.
All right.
Taken down by Shelby Harris, and here comes the field goal team for the Cowboys. Trying to make it a 20-point game.
How long is this field goal? Is this within 40 for him?
From 71 for a second. Got us very excited, but Mike McCarthy thought better of that.
Okay, yeah, he's got this one. It's what, 51 yards? No wind.
50 yards out.
Oh, you missed? Nope.
Pretty, make it 30-10.
All right, you're down 20. Again, one drive at a time. Want to see progress. You want to see where you're at the end of the game. Make it interesting.
He's Tom Brady. I'm Kevin Burkhardt. Glad you could be with us today. Dallas has done a lot of things right. What's impressed you the most from their aspect today?
Pretty much everything.
Yeah.
They're playing the game on their terms. I love the play calling from McCarthy, backspin and rhythm, getting the ball to their playmakers, that balance between the run-pass game and even eliminating Garrett, really conscious of what his ability to make plays are. So I think if I'm Mike McCarthy, I'm sitting here through 3/4 of football and saying, guys, doing a great job going on the road against a very talented.
I'm shocked they got Tom Brady in just a 2-man box. I thought they would definitely try to hide him in like a 3.
This going for another quarter to close this out. Need to do more of the same.
Meanwhile, Aubrey's 50-yard field goal, making it a 20-point game.
Still get it to 2 scores here with the touchdown.
I mean, obviously, you had a lot of those, Adam Vinatieri and all those. I mean, that's a game changer.
It's so comforting when you're the quarterback and you realize that when it goes from 3rd down to 4th down, you got to kick a field goal that you basically bank on those 3 points.
There's Darden after bobbling and up across the 30. He goes
The
to
field position.
32. So in a game that the Browns started without their 2 starting tackles, right? We knew that was going to be an issue with Jack Conklin and Jedrick Wills out today. They just have had a hard time doing anything. 50% of their plays are for nothing. Kind of hard to have success. The Cowboys have blitzed a lot. They've gotten home a lot. They've got 5 sacks. And now Cleveland down 3 possessions. There's a fake. So this time, ducks underneath the 4. It was hit immediately by Overshoot. And 4 gets up to the 36.
All right, let's get field. Are we going to run turbo?
When you look at this Cleveland offense, obviously a lot on the quarterback, as we've talked about. Yeah. Stefanski working with Ken Dorsey for the first time. Dorsey comes over and, Stefanski asked him, what are you looking for? Why did you bring Dorsey here? And he said, well, I'm looking to get the offense from good to great. Like, how do we do that? Yeah. Here's Watson on 2nd down. I'm going to be the person in the center, Tillman, who makes the catch. So it'll be a 3rd down and 2. And that's obviously, there's probably more.
Got to convert.
Than one to kind of get where they want.
Got to get the playoff here.
A lot of things that need to go right over the course of a long season. Obviously, getting the run game going has been really important. I think the biggest problem, what I've seen today, is they tried to play a little close to the vest early and allow Deshaun Watson to feel his way into the game and then get behind, and now you're forced into a game that you didn't want to be in. They run the balls offense.
Watson in the front, steps away from the 1st down more if it counts, and Watson into Dallas territory. Now let's see the penalty.
I feel like it's a hold here. How many procedural penalties, man?
10th penalty on the Browns today. And add insult to injury, Jerry Jeudy now goes into the tent to get checked out. At the touchdown earlier, we already know Njoku's out.
You play like this versus anybody, you're going to look bad.
We're never going to win having 10 penalties. We're never going to win going backwards. We can't play offense that way. We've got to stay ahead. We're playing against a good defense. Again, you see.
Yeah, 3rd quarter.
That's going to create some challenges. So he's 3rd and longer. So tough.
All right. 4th quarter, down 20. See what they can do. I mean, it's not like the Browns are playing with 2 backup tackles. Like, DeJuan Jones is not a backup tackle. I don't think that's a valid excuse. I see people saying that in chat. No, I don't think there's any real valid excuse for how they looked in this game. Like, they just got to wear this one on the chin. Like, they look bad. They were way, way too bad in that first half to put together any kind of respectable effort. There's not really a lot of excuse making for that offense in the first half. Second half, it's been all right, but I mean, it ain't been good. You got so many penalties on the line of scrimmage. I mean, this is the same shit we talked about in games where Baker looked bad. We're talking about it when Jacoby looks bad. Like any quarterback gonna look bad in this kind of situation. But also you got Watson because you expected him to be able to make some plays to keep your head above water here. He's not doing that either. So it's just bad overall. There's nothing really great about what's going on here offensively. Sly says the play in the preseason, people are going to eat this up real good. I think there's a point to it, though. Like, we can't act like not playing football during training camp is a good thing. Like, at some point, it's going to affect how you look. And I don't know how else to describe it other than this is what they look like. They look like a team that did not play in the preseason. Like, this is the worst thing that can happen when you don't play in the preseason. You get a million offensive line and pre-snap infractions. Like, the things that are going wrong, the penalties the Browns are getting, they got like 2 holding calls. I don't even think they got that many holding calls. The calls that they've been getting have been illegal shift, illegal procedure, ineligible man downfield, right? Like pre-snap penalties about alignment. It tells me that they are not 100% crisp on what they're supposed to be running. So they're committing penalties, pre-snap penalties. Saw this with the Ravens, who did not play much in the preseason either. Like, when you don't play in the preseason, this is the stuff that's not going to look good.
Browns have a 3rd down and 7. It feels the entire game is in a 3rd and long for them. Parsons again. Watson still has some pressure. He's in trouble. Gets away. That's a way to get to the first down run, but he's not going to get there.
They're going to go for it.
Mike Zimmer doing Mike Zimmer things.
As he does. I mean, I've had a lot of experience against Coach Zimmer, and that 3rd down package, you go into these games going, fellas, we can't be in 3rd and long. So everything's going to be about 1st and 2nd down production. If we don't get that, we're in a world of hurt against this guy. He's got too many different schemes, challenging on our protections, and that's so much of what we've seen today.
And they're going for it here in 4th and 4. Also, they have to get down. 4-man rush. It's blocked up. Watson still can't find anybody. Now he's in trouble. Gets hit. As he throws it, it's incomplete. The Cowboys will take over.
Yeah, it was probably their last ship to get back in this game. Yeah, those last 3 drives were probably their last chance to get back in this game. It is what it is.
Trying to find some time to give his guys a chance to uncover, but not enough.
Yeah, Coop's not open, and then Coop flashes open, but then he's too far across the field to really get there. The line of scrimmage, it's just not there.
This pass rush, no answers for this scheme of Zimmer. No answers on early downs. Not enough offense, too many penalties.
Let's get on the fit. Gets it up to Lucky, the football.
Yeah, it felt like their last chance to get back in this one. They had about 3 straight possessions where they had a shot to get back in this game. That felt like the train came out the station.
Catch and run there, Tom. I tell you, Coach McCarthy, we talked to him in the preseason briefly, and he was so high on Lipke. Well, Coach McCarthy is an old school football coach. He loves having the fullback in there. He wants to see everybody contribute. He loves having fullbacks in there, too.
There you go.
And we're told that Jake Ferguson, looking at his knee, is yet to come back out for Dallas there.
And is that Tony Fields?
Checking on him, so
Tony Fields looks hurt.
question for him is more for next couple of weeks than it is today at this point. Yeah. I'll tell you what, Tom, is a timeout on the field. I think Cleveland called it. Oh, there's an injury.
Absolutely do not pull all the starters. Like maybe Myles Garrett, but like, and maybe the defense, but we're not pulling anybody on offense. Like, what did you not have what we've seen today? What makes it seem like we can just rest starters and not play? Like, have we not learned this lesson? You're not going to get better at football by not playing it. Like, yeah. You're like, at this point, they got to get these fucking reps in. Like, they're not winning this game right now. Like, what, 30-10? Fourth quarter, you had a couple opportunities there. If they win this one, it'd be one of the most miraculous comebacks I've ever seen in my life. So, like, the odds aren't good on you winning this one. But do yourself a favor and make sure that you don't look like this versus Jacksonville. Because what is a healthy offense doing for you right now? Because everybody healthy right now, what's it been doing for you? Has it been producing points? Like, being healthy is not better than being prepared. They got to be prepared for next week. Because, like, in the grand scheme of things, while this loss is going to be one that follows the Browns' reputation for the whole rest of the season because the whole country got to see you look like this. In the grand scheme of things and how the playoffs actually work, it's just one loss versus an NFC opponent. It's probably like the most meaningless game that you're going to play as far as playoff tiebreakers go. So it's not that big of a deal that you lose this game or not. But you got to put yourself in a position to play better next week. And if you do the same thing that got you in this position, which is resting your starters all preseason, not playing anybody, then you get to the regular season and it looks like you haven't played anybody since December, then you can't be surprised if you play the Jaguars and this happens to you again. You got to put yourself in a position to be successful. You got to play these guys out. Now, I think they are going to probably bench Watson here and put in Jameis. I think it's a mistake. I think he needs to play. I don't care if he's healthy. He needs to be up to speed. He needs to look comfortable out there. They're like uncomfortable, unprepared player is not better than a healthy one. Well, it's not much different than a healthy one. Mr. Spector says, I've been a big Deshaun Watson supporter, but he don't got it no more, man. I mean, we got to give it the whole season. I said I give it at least 8 games consecutively. If we get there halfway through the season, it still looks like this, then yeah, I'll be right there with you. But I'm going to at least give it 8 games.
He's going to create his own mismatch. There he is on Batonio, forcing him over to Lawrence on the sack. You got to be aware of him on every play. And there he is in the middle. You think he's coming. Next thing you know, you got an overload pressure from the right. So again, where do you put your focus? You put it on him, and then it comes from somewhere else. Not a lot of answers.
Here's a pass. And we do get a penalty flag in the middle.
It's coming back.
There on the 13. Let's see if this run will stand.
RMax says, I'm still predicting the 12-5 season and make a deep playoff run. I expect the Browns to blow a game, but not this early. They're showing a lot of rust. I agree with you. They needed some preseason reps.
10-yard penalty, replay second half.
That's that Tyler Cutton, the rookie left tackle. Right there.
Yeah. Yeah, they still look like a team recovering from all the injuries that they had last year.
Lining up over the top of them, you got the crowd noise, and they just did such a good job neutralizing Garrett early. Really good play calling, just not super risky drop back passes. The 2 times they did, Garrett made a play, so they really settled that down, and now they're playing on their terms this entire fourth quarter.
That's Lipke. That's playing that tight end role a little bit now. Here's Prescott. 6 in over the middle, looks incomplete. Pretty good coverage by Denzel Ward. Well, we've talked a lot about Parsons. Myles Garrett had a big impact early, but since then, they've done a pretty good job, Tom.
Did some cut blocks, some double teams, boot away, the chips, 3-step drops, away. Just a lot to look at. If you're Garrett, you're frustrated. And again, we're just someone like, he makes plays a lot, obviously, but when you're down 20 and now Dallas says, guys, we need to take no more risks. We don't need drop back pass. Again, he's eliminated from some of these rushes. Here you go. You got Zeke lined up over him. It's not going to be any free rushes where he can impact the game with a big screen.
Good tackle.
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
This shit, JOK. They're going to kick another field goal here.
Zachary comes on the field.
Yeah, they need to figure out in these game reps what the fuck is going on with the offense and what they need to identify next week so it doesn't come up in Jacksonville. Look, I fully believe that the 2024 Cleveland Browns are much better than they're showing today. But make no mistake, they showed their ass today. This is bad. But got to figure out what went wrong in this one so you can win the next one. So you're down 33-10. Coming back in this one's going to be pretty much long shot.
Making a 23-point lead here in Cleveland.
Got to figure it out because, man, it's one thing if you lose like this first game of the season, you look a little rusty. Okay, I think some people are going to be able to excuse it on some level. But if you lose like this to Jacksonville next week, I mean, like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, people are going to expect you to look much better versus Jacksonville. Got to get out there. Got to play. Got to play. Yeah, Jake Burns brings up a great point. It's counter to what I've been saying is that even in training camp, the starters were not healthy at the same time as each other. They just didn't get much time together. Yeah, this doesn't look like a well-prepared group right now. And you expect more from that. I mean, this is just below the standard from what you expect from a Kevin Stefanski team. 2008 all over again, David. Okay. Well, we'll see what the season is, man. It's one game. Out of what, 17? Got 16 more of these to go. We'll see what happens.
Welcome back to NFL Kickoff Weekend, presented by YouTube TV here in Cleveland, where it's been all Cowboys, 33-10.
The DW ain't got it no more. Is tired. Wide receiver drops. They're open, not getting separation. Every positive play is followed by a penalty. It's not all Deshaun Watson. I would agree that it's not all Deshaun Watson, but it's not Deshaun Watson too, though. You know, like, it's not one or the other. Are the wide receivers playing poorly? Yes. Is the offensive line playing poorly, especially pre-snap? Yes. Is Deshaun Watson playing poorly? Yes. I don't think anybody's having a good game here.
Caleb Williams having 93 yards. They were down big, but they had a punt block return and a pick six. They had a nice comeback win over the Titans. So
From last season, how they dealt with injuries to the preseason, not playing anybody, seems like they always make the wrong decision. It's okay. I don't know what you're exactly trying to say there, Jalen, but if you're making the argument the Browns didn't handle their injuries well last year, even though they went 11-6, it's kind of crazy.
No, he's been under serious duress, right? Playing without his two tackles. Cowboys have thrown everything at him, and that's a rough number right there.
It's a rough number. So much of this offense about getting back on track, and it's going to be getting their starting tackles.
Let's go to Watson for the catch. And caught immediately. Yeah, Dallas. We got 7 players with multiple pressures on the day, and you know, in Mike's.
Thank you for the follow.
Defense was great under
I'm
Dan
Jay.
Quinn, right? Tom, I mean, they look at league leaders and pros. They're a top 5 defense every year. Dan Quinn gets head coaching job.
I don't even think these are the starters for Dallas anymore. I think they just got the secondary out there. It's 7-on-7. No, Mike is out there. Okay.
7. And so today, maybe a little taste of that.
Yeah, and I like everything I've seen from the Cowboys defense today. And so much that's a reflection of the coaching, and they were great. Dan Quinn, there's a reason why he got hired as a head coach in Washington. Tremendous coordinator himself. But when you bring in Mike Zimmer, he's one of the most challenging corners I ever went against in my career. So many mental gymnastics that you got to go through as a quarterback to understand who's coming, who's not coming.
A lot of people come right here against Watson, and he throws it away. But why was he so tough for you to go against? You just didn't know who was blitzing at what time?
Well, there's just so much scheme challenge that he does. And everything he starts, things kind of look the same in the blitz packages. And then he's got guys coming from the right. And then he shows a similar look. And then they come from the left. And then they shows the same similar look. And they all drop out and play defense. So you're just guessing as a quarterback. And when you can occupy the mind space of a quarterback and slow the processing down, it creates a lot of problems. You become
2nd and 10 here.
Good quarterbacks like to play with anticipation. He's one of the guys that he forces you to hold the ball and wait for it to get open, and that's not where you want to be as a starting quarterback.
Good ball. Good catch.
The completion to Aikens.
There you go.
For first down. He's made Cleveland indecisive all day long. Well, Mike McCarthy said the same thing. He said, look, when Dan left, I was looking around and, I had a good relationship with Mike Zimmer, but he was always the toughest for me to prepare against as Mike, the head coach and offensive coordinator for Green Bay.
Yeah.
That's Watson against.
Got time.
That's a time here. Short completion. Maybe a yard to Elijah Moore.
You still feel that friction, right, from the offense that you felt the last 3 years when Watson is out there. That's the thing that concerns me the most is even when they're moving the ball, even when they're getting it downfield, you still feel like there's some kind of friction going on there at the quarterback position. Like it's not going like it's supposed to.
You see that today. And that's intercepted. Trayvon Diggs, that's his first since the ACL surgery.
He throw an interception. 2 tip ball interceptions. I mean, it just, I don't know, man. Something's not right there. And that interception isn't on him technically. I mean, it's a high ball there. It's not on him technically. A lot of people can give him an excuse for that, but that's not his fault. Like you throw a high ball that route, that's a possibility.
That's what they're looking for Diggs to return to as well. He's been an interceptor since he came into the league. A couple years ago, he had 9 picks. Unfortunately, tore his ACL last year. This gives him a lot of juice too.
Here's the problem, at least visually, DW4, every time he throws down the field, it's been completely going to be inaccuracy. That's what's going to be everyone's major takeaway. Hey, look, man, any kind of takeaway that you have about the Browns offense that's not positive is probably going to be valid. Like, it all looked true, right? Deshaun Watson down the field, wildly inaccurate. I mean, inaccurate in ways that I haven't seen him be inaccurate even in Cleveland. Like, the overthrowing guys by a mile, that's not been the case with Deshaun Watson, even going back to last year. So it happening like that this year was just weird. Equal blame across the board, special teams, the offense. What else can you say? Hopefully this game is a wake-up game. Yeah, hopefully this is an aberration, right? It's like, oh yeah, remember when the Browns got beat down by Dallas week 1 and then they came back and won the rest of the season? Shit like that happens all the time. Like Cincinnati lost to New England. I don't think Cincinnati's not going to be in the playoffs though because they lost to New England today. So it is what it is. You'd rather start slow than finish slow, but you'd rather start better than this, just to be clear.
I played with the coach who wasn't afraid to cuss out his players either.
You did?
I do have a pretty strong feeling.
Yeah, we got Devin Bush out there, dog. It's bad. It's bad. We got Devin Bush playing snaps. Oh, Lord.
Around so many people in their lives that tell them how great they are all the time. They have agents and they have parents and they have brothers and sisters. And you are in the league and you're a great player, but it's nice to have that accountability from a coach too. And you want to be pushed to your limit. If you're a player in the NFL, someone down with an injury.
Yeah, get injured Brown on the far side of the
You
field.
want to be a great player.
Not good. It's Martin. It looks like it's not major,
You want
though.
to be criticized.
Martin Emerson's down. It looks not major. We'll see.
The beneficiary of a lot of that hard coaching. And I love that you have an old school coach like Zimmer that does it, McCarthy does it. Discipline, accountability are mainstays in any successful organization. And I have no problem with any coaches that feel like they need to tell their players the truth, because just don't get a lot of truth all the time as an NFL player, because you're in the league and you made it and you had a good college career. Well, that doesn't mean anything. And even if you had a good game last week, well, the only way to have a good game the next week is to prepare equally as hard.
Well, it looks like Martin Emerson is up on his own power. That's good for the
Yeah, he's
Browns.
fine.
Looks like he seems to be okay. They want 3rd down and 6 for the Cowboys on offense here. Trying to waste this clock away. Up 33-10.
I'm shocked they still got Dak in there. Good job.
And the Cowboys have won it away. Well, while we look ahead to next week, it's week 2. And Derek Carr and the Saints had a monster day, taking on the Cowboys in Arlington. Most will see that. Some will see the Rams battling Kyler Murray and the Cardinals along the heartbreaker today. Check for the game in the area on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Tom, you, Tom Morelli, Aaron Andrews, myself will be in Arlington for the Saints and Cowboys. And Cowboys winning big. The Saints won big. That sets up for a pretty fun day next Sunday afternoon. And it was.
I mean, one thing we learned, Jalen Darden can return some kicks now. Yeah, y'all need to get the fuck back out there and do something.
79 yards in a day that he agreed to a massive contract extension. Deshaun Watson.
It's funny because like both these dudes aren't having that different of a day, right? Like Deshaun's not having that different of a day than Dak. It's just Deshaun just ain't had things bounce his way. I mean, I don't think either quarterback's playing like super great.
With 8 pressures. DeMarcus Lawrence has 7 pressures.
Wow.
Marshawn Nealon, the rookie, has 6. And the Cowboys have 5 sacks.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, and the Saints are looking at that playing next week going, oh, can't have that happen.
And we get another penalty on this one before.
Illegal formation. Offense. Number 3 was covering.
That's the 5th illegal formation of the game. Maybe the 6th. 6 of them.
So Micah Parsons, you think about it, we showed you the idea of him.
You're not going to beat a good football team. I don't care how talented you are. I don't care how good you were last year. You're not going to beat a good football team. 6 illegal procedures.
Guy should be used. I mean, he could play safety. I don't know if he's going to play him at safety.
If I was a quarterback, I want him at safety. I want him as far away from the line of scrimmage as possible. Hey, see him put it back there. Let me see what he can do.
I guess you just answered that question. Here's to tell you how talented he could be. And this is a shocker, a flag.
What's the flag? It just sucks. Almost every time the Browns get on national TV, they play like the worst game possible. That's not necessarily true. I think they played well against Baltimore last year, but it feels like more times than not it does happen where they drop a fucking stinker in front of everybody. And we spend a whole season talking about the games they didn't watch. And it's like you just keep having to dig yourself out of this hole when it comes to the perception of the team. And they dug themselves one. I mean, like, this is a crazy hole that Deshaun's in. People gonna make their mind up who were on the fence about him nationally, like through this game.
situation.
Watson Simple isn't good. Let's face it. See, I'm gonna give it 8 games, but this is definitely not a positive mark for him. Yeah, like even when he gets time, like what is it? He doesn't look comfortable throwing it. Like he hasn't looked this uncomfortable since he came back from suspension. Like he did not look this uncomfortable in 2023.
These long arms that you're not quite expecting.
He looks super uncomfortable.
Didn't catch the ball, so that's why he gets a lot of interceptions. He's sneaky.
It's like uncomfortable, no confidence here. Preseason. What? 3rd and 10.
Comes up, make a tackle, knocking away passes. He's having some fun out there. Just good to see him back. You know, when you're talking about him, I'm wondering if that's what it was like for you, say, going against like a Richard Sherman. Yeah, that's former receivers who are so athletic.
That's what I see. It's those big, long, tall guys that reach, and they're dangerous when you're throwing the ball, trying to throw it over them.
I'd like to welcome those of you who watch the Buccaneers beat the Commanders today here. It's now Cowboys and Cleveland. Boxing on the 3rd and 10. You're going to call it short. We welcome you to Cleveland, along with Tom Arnell.
Might as well go for this.
Tom Brady, Kevin Burkhardt, Mike Ferreira, our rules official, as always, with us. Great to have Mike back. And it has been a Dallas domination today, really in so many facets. The defense has been a menace to Deshaun Watson on offense, and they've done enough on offense. Dak Prescott's been efficient. Devontae Turpin had a punt return touchdown, but the star of the day has really been Michael Parsons and this Dallas team. And looking forward here. Awesome. Good to see him. Change to Aaron. He's going to get to the first inning for Clark brings him down. Again, those of you just joining us, here's what we have. Prescott hooking up with Brandon Cooks for a touchdown early. Watson had one good drive, and the offense has just done nothing really since. A 175-yard drive. Get back into the game for a moment in the 3rd. Defensively, Dallas is just dominating. 5 sacks, $1 million.
Got a 50 bomb. 50 bomb. Levi says it's week 1, glorified preseason game. Not going to freak out. NFL weird week 1 every year. I mean, I don't think you should freak out about the season. Like, there's some nuance needed, because should you be concerned about how the Browns offense looked in this game? Absolutely. You should be concerned about how the Browns offense looked in this game. Does that mean that you think the team's going to win like 5 games? I don't think so, right? It's just a balance there of being concerned but not being like, oh goodness, oh, he's got him, oh, he dropped it. Took one hell of a hit. I'm really close to being off the Watson train for real, says DSD.
That's a spectacular throw under pressure. And
Hey man, it's going both ways. It's going both ways. It is going both ways here.
Mari Cooper come up with that.
It's just one of those days.
Deshaun Watson today, standing in there, taking some hits and making some downfield throws. So
Yeah, just take the fucking penalty.
might go into next week game trying to open it up a little earlier.
Oh, another delay of game there. Kevin Stefanski said that's on me.
Yeah, he didn't get the play call in.
Look, this game has obviously not been good for them. So you go to next week, Tom, right? And Kevin Stefanski, you think about...
Cleveland calls it second timeout prior to the expiration of the play clock. It should be a 30-second timeout.
But you think about what Stefanski has done, right? And he's brought stability here. I mean, because they were trying to figure it out. And in his 5th year, he's 2-time coach of the year. They've got a playoff team. But again, like he told us, like, how do I get the option?
So when I look at it right now, Dallas had the 1 scoring drive off a true possession.
Look, obviously they're not playing great today, but they're also dealing with a lot of unknowns. You're down times you're
The fuck?
go in there and be the dominant player he was in Houston. That's why they traded for him, but they're going to need some other parts to come together to give him some help.
Yeah, here's Watson. That was Chubb. We should have got the screen, by the way. Akins makes the catch. It's going to be short. It'll be a 4th down and about 2. You know, and I think the other reality is if you're a Browns fan looking for a little silver lining, I think Dallas' defense is really good.
I do too. I don't think they're intimidated by anything they saw from the Browns today. I think they realized, hey, this is going to be a great opportunity for our pass rush today.
4th and a super long one.
As well as defensively. Again, you go on the road the first game of the season, you're Dallas. You had one of the toughest losses at the end of last year, getting manhandled by Green Bay, not doing anything right. And you're Coach McCarthy, you're saying, what did we do this offseason? How are we going to shore this up? What kind of team are we going to have? What kind of attitude are we going to show up with? And I think he's learned a lot from his team today. This is a mentally tough team. It's a reason why they've won 12 straight games, 3 years in a row. You know, we talked all training camp about CeeDee Lamb's contract, Dak Prescott's contract. It didn't affect him today. So eliminate distractions, play good football in the regular season, stress those players to get better throughout the year. And that's the kind of team that Dallas wants to be. Battle tested. They've got the defense. A lot of consistency on offense. And a great showing.
Yeah, and they have been a dominant home team, but not a great road team. So that's another good showing for them today. Here comes the Marcus Lawrence with a 6 sack. And the Cowboys going to take over, I think.
I think Joel got it.
They did.
Is Joel okay? He looks hurt.
Lawrence gets home for another one.
Oh, yeah, Joel can't.
And you're watching your and just trying to make plays and getting out of the pocket, but not enough there. And you got to keep that ball a little tight to your body. And, you know, a lot of things Cleveland's learning from today.
All right, well, you better have a hell of a week too, man. A hell of a week too. Yeah, there's no way to really sugarcoat it. Like, they gonna be on the scope. And honestly, like, even if the Browns put together like 3 good games here, I don't think anybody's really it's not gonna move the needle nationally. Now, we will evaluate everything as it comes in, but yeah, man, that game was bad. And you're going to have to go out and beat Philly. You're going to have to go out and beat Baltimore. You're going to have to go out and beat Cincinnati before anybody takes you seriously again after a game like that. So, I mean, like, even your own fans might be hesitant to take you seriously after a game like that. You got to have a hell of a week too, man. Hell of a week too. It's the only way. And film review this week gonna be fun. It's gonna be something. I mean, it's gonna be all offense. I don't really got much notes for the defense. It's gonna be basically all offense. It's gonna be focused on what's going on with the offensive line. There's some stuff that I'm not really gonna dig too deep on. Like if James Hudson, if we look at it, he played terrible, which I don't even think it's the case. I don't think James Hudson played terrible in this one. Then okay, whatever. That's not the biggest problem in the world, but the not being able to get set stuff, the illegal procedure stuff. We've had 6 of them, right? 6. Somebody in chat let me know how many illegal procedure penalties the Cleveland Browns have had in this game, because it's been a ridiculous amount of illegal procedure. By the way, man, shout out to Brandon Medina for their first super chat. Appreciate you, bro. CTG Cement says just a long day all around. Look, I'm not going to play the dick measuring game of like if the Browns loss was worse than Cincinnati's. I don't care who had the worst loss. That is a conversation I have zero interest in. Who had the worst loss? Both these losses suck. If you're Cincinnati, you don't feel great. If you're the Browns, you don't feel great. Both teams need hell of a week twos right here.
Cowboys
Just gonna run this one out.
Get set for the Saints with a rousing Week 1 victory.
Another 4th and long.
Gonna take off and run. Gonna get the first down. Gonna stay on his feet. Come down to the 6's 1st and goal. Don't forget, coming up next, the OT presented by Ford. We'll recap the day, our Week 1 around the league. Couple surprises today, no question about that.
I just saw something. Batonio fumbled to Watson. Watson put his hand out, but yeah. So W Mike, you did catch that. I saw that too. I remember listening to Joe Thomas talk about like how many injuries you play with on the offensive line, and he said something where it's like, hey, sometimes somebody will try to help you off, and you got to wave them up because you can't get up the way that they're trying to help you up. I think that's the case. I don't think Joel has beef with Deshaun. Joel is a pro's pro. There's no way he's going to be visibly showing if he has beef or not with Deshaun Watson. So, I mean, just on Joel's reputation alone, I highly doubt that's what's going on. We're going to talk about it. Is there a penalty on that play? Yeah, make it look better on the scorecard, but I mean, it is what it is. Honestly, this game was a bigger blowout than it looks like, or at least it feels worse than what the score is. I don't know. Do you guys feel that way? I feel that way. I feel like the score feels not as bad as the game actually was. So the Cowboys in this game, they scored on 2 70-yard drives. The other drives that they scored on, so they got a field goal, one field goal on a 17-play drive because of bad field positioning. They got another field goal, so that's 6 points there. Another field goal on a 14-yard drive, that's 9 points. Then that's 12 points on the after an interception. So 12 of Dallas's 33 points are basically because of inept performance from the Browns offense. So they gave up about 21 points in this game that you can feel good about. Let me double check that number. Because, yeah, I think the 14 they gave up early were fair enough. And then field goal 3, another field goal 3. Oh, punt return touchdown. So that's another 7 there. So we're talking about what, 10, 13 now. And then another field goal and another field goal. So 19, my bad, of the Cowboys 33. I don't really have I'm not really pinning on the defense. So that's 14 points. The Browns gave up basically 14 points in this game defensively. My issue is not with the Browns defense in this game. My issue is everything related to the offense and a little bit special teams because they did give up a punt return touchdown. But honestly, at that point, the Browns were begging for somebody to break one on them, given how many opportunities they gave to Dallas Cowboys in this game. Like they gave up a sickening amount of drives in this game. If you just look at it straight up, right, the Browns gave up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 possessions to Dallas. That's how many times they let them. W. Mike says facts that make sense. Yeah. But it's a recipe for losing. It's a recipe for losing. The Browns played this game offensively in the perfect way to lose it. Nothing else can really be said about it other than that, to be honest with you. We're going to get into this. We're going to do a post-game show, all that stuff. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Give me 1 second here. All right. So let's talk about it. All I can say is it's a long season. Anything can happen, but this is not the way to start it from Chris Gustafaro. Absolutely fair take. Fair take there. Definitely agree. All right. So that was disgusting. I think we can all agree that might have been one of the worst opening day experiences. See, like with Browns fans, we got so many to choose from that it's hard to pick a least favorite. Some people are going to say this reminds them of the opening game versus Pittsburgh, the year the Browns went 10-6. Some people are going to say this reminds them of the opening game of the 2019 season that foreshadowed doom to come. So does this game foreshadow doom, or is it a kick in the mouth that the Browns needed in order to get things correct? We don't have the answers for that right now. But what we can talk about is what happened in this game specifically. And spoiler warning, if you want to point a finger offensively, this is the day to do it. Whoever you don't like on offense, if you're always in the comment section saying this guy stinks or that guy stinks or this guy's overrated, that guy's overrated, this is a good day to be mad at the offense, because anybody you point a finger at, you can make an argument did not play well in this game, because I don't think anybody played well in this game outside of maybe Jerome Ford played well in this game. Maybe Jerome Ford, he was the only one moving the ball a little bit in this game consistently throughout the whole game. Other than that, looked pretty sad out there offensively. I'm trying to pull up the numbers here for Jerome for you. Jerome had 3 and 7 to carry. Deshaun ran the ball well. We can also say that, right? But yeah, nobody played great in this one. And we'll get to the offense in just a minute. But we got to focus on what the defense did just to get it out the way. Now, the Browns gave up 33 points in this game. If you look at how those points got given up, a lot of them were field goals that the Browns gave up because they were either turning the ball over, fumbling, interceptions. Deshaun threw 2 of them, tip ball interceptions, but 2 interceptions. And then also turnover on downs. A lot of those happened in this game because the Browns pretty much got desperate at the end of it and just started going for it every time, which, again, I'm fine with. But that's about the only thing I'm fine with what happened offensively with this game. If you look at it, the defense really gave up 2 touchdowns. They gave up a 70-play drive early in the game to when CD Lamb had an incredible pass. They made a big play there. You can't really be mad at that one. The second touchdown drive was a little bit more concerning because it was a 13-play drive, I believe, later in the first half. And those are only 2 times that the Cowboys got downfield, scored on you, and on your defense. You really gave up 14 points. The offense really heavily contributed to all the other 19 points that the Cleveland Browns gave up in this game. So I don't think the defense is the problem. Let's get that out the way. I thought the secondary played really well. The pass rush wasn't there all game, but I think the secondary played so well that the Browns were willing to kind of let the secondary make the plays versus it being all on the pass rush like usual. And I think that was an adjustment that made a lot of sense to adjust to. So I think the secondary played pretty good, held up when they were asked to held up, gave up a couple plays, but you're going up against CD Lamb, one of the best wide receivers in all of football. I think he did a good enough job there defensively. Special teams, and we'll get to offense, don't you worry. Special teams, gave up a punt return touchdown. So you're not going to get a good grade in a game where the punt coverage team gives up a punt return touchdown. Didn't think they were too good on the kick return stuff, but I thought Jalen Darden returned the ball pretty well for the Cleveland Browns. So there's that. And Dustin Hopkins made whatever field goals they asked him to make. Didn't really ask him to do much, but he made the ones that he was asked to make. So good on him there. The defense, special teams, not where I really got my beef with. Offense, yeah, man. Pick a guy. Really, like I could have a hat here with everybody responsible for the Cleveland Browns offense. Shake that up, pull a hat out, and complain about them for 10 minutes. This video could be 2 hours long of me just pulling names offensively and say, hey, yeah, this is what he did wrong. It was awful. Now, it got better in the second half than it was in the first half, but honestly, it couldn't get worse than it was in the first half. And I'm not one to be dramatic or overreactionary to what I see here. The Browns' offense looked awful. And I don't think this was the case of, oh, the Dallas Cowboys were just destroying us and they were outplaying us and they were confusing us and they're just so talented that we couldn't get any off. I don't think that was the case. I think this set of Browns players, this set of coaches were more than fully capable of putting together a better outing versus the Dallas Cowboys than they did in this one. They just sucked. Like every single one of them sucked in this game. Capital S-U-C-K, sucked in this one. You could point at Amari Cooper, who dropped the touchdown. I mean, it was late in the game anyways, but he dropped the wide open touchdown. He wasn't good in this game. You can look at Jerry Jeudy, who did get a touchdown, but I mean, like, he wasn't getting open consistently in this game, left halfway through. David Njoku, who left with the injury, ankle injury there. Apparently, he's questionable to play next week. It just wasn't good. Your receivers weren't making plays. Early in this game, you had some drops by the receivers. And then when the wide receivers weren't dropping it, Deshaun was overthrowing it. I want to be clear here with Deshaun on this one. I've seen Deshaun struggle with accuracy while he's been in Cleveland, obviously. Not like that, though. I've never seen him overthrow as much as he did in this game. And the big thing that concerns me with Deshaun Watson is it still feels like there is just friction that exists on the offensive side of the ball. Now, the first year I was willing to blame that friction on a 700-day layoff. Makes sense. Last year, I was willing to blame that friction on a shoulder, and also he was coming in and out of injuries, didn't really get time. If it looks like this and we're like in week 9 of the season, the problem is Deshaun Watson. Now, I'm not there yet. I said I give Deshaun Watson about 8 weeks consecutive play before I make a definitive judgment on where I think he's going. But this was a definitive step in the wrong direction. And he's going to have to do considerable work over the next few weeks for me to feel as comfortable as I felt about him, even just going into this season, let alone anything higher than that. It was not good. from Deshaun Watson. I know other things went wrong around Deshaun Watson. Wide receivers weren't catching the ball. The offensive line had all kind of pre-snap in penalties and all that stuff, and we're going to talk about that too. All of these things are true. But what's also true is that Deshaun did not play well. Like, you can't look at this game and say that Deshaun played as good as he could have. It's not even close. It's not even close. I would have expected a better game from Jameis Winston, let alone Deshaun Watson. Like, we talked about it. The bar is high for Deshaun Watson. He's got to come close. I can't lower the bar just to make it closer for him to miss. Like, he's got to reach it. And this wouldn't have been acceptable for Jameis Winston. It wouldn't have been acceptable for DTR with the full week of practice. It wouldn't have been acceptable for anybody but maybe PJ Walker. So we cannot act like this is something that you can hand wave around and say, oh, well, he'll get better catching next week and he'll get better blocking next week and it'll be fine, and kind of like push it down the road. Nah, man, this is a real concern. Why does it always feel like there's friction every time he drops back to throw the ball? We've changed offensive coordinators. We've changed offensive systems. We've changed wide receivers. What is the problem? Because at this point, a lot of people are going to look at it and say, it's you. It's Deshaun that's the problem. Especially when they've seen other quarterbacks be in and it not feel that way. Is it Kevin? Is it Deshaun? I don't know. I've seen Kevin out there with different quarterbacks that don't feel like this. Again, I'll give him 8 weeks. If he is playing well, it's just one game. But if it looks like this or slightly better versions of this for 7 more weeks, we got to call a spade a spade. Like, we got to just say what it is and get on with it, right? Got to eat that L and move on to the next. Because this ain't no. This is the Deshaun Watson everybody else been talking about. Like, the Deshaun Watson that makes you worse, I'm not convinced that Deshaun Watson made the offense better today. I don't think the offense was going to be good today, but I'm not convinced he made it better. I'm just not. I can't look at what he did in this one, and maybe I'll look at the all 22 and feel much different, but I can't look at this game and tell you I feel that Deshaun Watson made things better than they would have been. Like, I can't imagine it would have been much worse with Jameis out there. Now, let me be clear on what I'm saying. I'm not advocating for Jameis Winston to start. I'm just saying this is just so far under the standard of what you would expect, and he has to play better than this. Has to. There's no excuse that can be made about this performance. It's awful. Another area where there's no excuse for is on the coaching staff. I thought this was an embarrassment from the coaching staff offensively. Ken Dorsey, Kevin Stefanski, both your resumes suggest that you're much better than this. Like, both of your resumes suggest that you are so much better than this. This is the worst. This is the worst I've felt about a Kevin Stefanski game plan, I think, since he's been here. This did not feel like Kevin Stefanski. The play calling was weird. He called a lot of screens on. This felt more like Cliff Kingsbury than it felt like Kevin Stefanski. And if you know how I feel about Cliff Kingsbury, that's the ultimate demerit. Don't know what happened in this one. Maybe they got too caught up in trying to make Deshaun comfortable and trying to get rid of the ball quickly against a pass rush because they were worried about the tackles being out. But yeah, man, this wasn't cooking. If that was the solution of the problem, we didn't cook up a solution. It sucked. It was awful. Another area where you got to hit on coaching is the amount of illegal procedure penalties in this game. The amount of pre-snap penalties in this game. If I weren't a Browns fan, I would find it comical because it was like 10 of them. 10 of them consistently putting you behind the line of scrimmage, consistently putting you behind the sticks, putting Deshaun Watson in obvious throw situations, and then he's not playing great. So now he's not completing passes in those obvious throw situations, and you look like a goddamn mess in the first half. Second half, a little bit better, but I'm going to be honest, it didn't look good. It only looked good because we were comparing it to what we saw in the first half. A mess. You let Dallas come in here and embarrass you. And I'm going to be honest, Dallas didn't even have to work that hard. Like, you did this to yourself. The defense came up to play. The offense beat themselves. The offense was minus 19 in my books. Like, if the Browns just did not play any offense at all versus what they played today, I think they would have lost by 4 less points. That's how bad I think the offense was. Just inept. Now, was this just one game? Was this just because the preseason and they didn't play in the preseason and we'll see what they are? I don't know, man. Some of this stuff feels like rust and it could be fixed going forward. Some of this stuff feels a little bit more serious than that. So I don't know if it's a one size fit all. Like, it's going to get better next week, but how much better? Are they going to be good at any point? Because from what we saw today, to get the good, they got a hell of a mountain to climb. Just to get the good, let alone great. Didn't see the separation you wanted to see from these wide receivers. Didn't see the type of separation you wanted to see from David Njoku when he was out there. You just didn't see it. Drops look bad. Again, it's the NFL. You could play like shit one week and look like magic the next week. But we got to be honest about what this was. This is garbage. This is garbage. And this ain't garbage. We're going to throw away the tape and not look at it. No, you got to look at the tape. You got to figure out what went wrong here. There's just so many places you could blame this. The one thing I don't want to do, and the one thing I want to make it clear I'm not doing, is blaming this on one thing. No, this ain't just because you didn't play in the preseason. This isn't just because you had injuries in training camp and you couldn't get your starters together. This isn't just because you switched offensive coordinators. This isn't just because Deshaun Watson played bad. This isn't just because you were missing a left tackle. This was because of all those things. And this did not have to happen. This was not inevitable. It did not have to be like this. There is a world where you come into this game with those same sets of circumstances and you put together a competitive effort. This was the worst possible way you could have played it. I'm disappointed in Kevin Stefanski for this performance. I'm disappointed in Deshaun Watson. I'm disappointed in Amari Cooper. I'm disappointed in David Njoku. I'm disappointed in the offensive line coach, Andy Dickerson. I'm disappointed in everything involved with this offense because it did not have to be this embarrassing. Even when you consider all the factors that led into it. This was not something that you wave your hands up, man, what you gonna do? No. It didn't have to be like this. And it shouldn't ever be like this. This is crazy. This is crazy. So for Deshaun Watson, they booed you. I don't want to hear you complain about it. I don't want to hear anybody complain about the booing. You deserved it. You had like 30 yards of total offense in the first half. And you're talking about how you're going to be one of the best quarterbacks. Yeah, you're going to get booed. You're going to get booed. I don't want to hear anything about it. I don't want to hear anything about how the fans were booing and we need to be more supportive. I get it, but this ain't the time. They need to be better than this. And it's going to take more than one good week against Jacksonville for people to just get back on board. This is going to take weeks. You have to beat a real team for people to take you seriously at their performance like that. And you're going to have to do it while looking great on offense. Now, again, it's 1 week. A lot of teams look awful in week one. They're going to be fine by the end of the season. Right? Cincinnati lost to New England. Do I think Cincinnati's not going to make the playoffs? No, I think Cincinnati's going to make the playoffs. I don't care that they lost to New England. They're still going to make the playoffs. But you got to do the work, man. You got to do the work. They got a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. I think there's still a lot you can glean out this season. There's no way I think that this is what the Browns offense is. I know they're better than this. I know the offense is better than this. How much better, we'll find out. But this cannot be a good representation or an accurate representation of who they are. They got to prove this one wrong over the next month. But yeah, man, this is a tough one. Don't know what to tell anybody. Tough loss. Got to move on to next week. Got to beat Jacksonville. And at the end of the day, it's a loss against the NFC team, so it's not going to hurt you as much in the wild card. But right now, just want to win every game you can, right? It's the beginning of the season. You got 16 more chances. No, my bad. Yeah, 16 more chances to rectify this situation. So that's the upside. It's only week 1. You got week 2, you got week 3, you got week 4, week 5, week 6, week 7, week 8, week 9, all those weeks to rectify this situation. But we got to be honest about it. It didn't look pretty. That doesn't mean we overreact. That doesn't mean we want guys fired. That doesn't mean we throw certain players overboard or whatever. Just means we acknowledge this team had some problems offensively and we pay attention to them, see what they do next week, and see if they're making progress on those issues. Because the amount of illegal procedure penalties broke me. Like, you're not going to beat a team like that. You're not going to beat Jacksonville next week if you had that many illegal procedures. It wasn't just one thing, but that didn't help. Deshaun didn't play well. All those things. That being said, how you respond to this loss dictates how the rest of the season goes. Because if you respond to this loss and compound it with another disappointing loss to a Jacksonville Jaguars team that just came back on by the Miami Dolphins, well, then it's going to start looking like you suck. But if you come back from this and win strong against Jacksonville on the road, people are going to start giving you a little bit more benefit of the doubt. So how they respond this week is going to be the most important thing. But yeah. See, let's get back to the stream chat. Did I miss any supers? Pre-snap looked like the Freddie Kitchens offense. It didn't look good. Yeah, I can't wait to watch the film on this one too. Same here. All right, I'm about to join the OBR stream. I'm going to see if I can have it be so you guys can get audio in it. Hold on, let me see if they're still up. Yeah, let me put my headphones in. Give me 1 sec, y'all.
make everyone better and make everything good just because he's that talented. I think he needs everything right around him, which is exactly the situation that they went and got him because that's where they were stuck at. They needed everyone right around him. And I don't think he's that guy. I don't know if he's going to be that guy at this stage of Deshaun Watson. Everything has to be right.
What you're going to be hearing is audio from the OBR's post-game show. Make sure you go check them out.
What happens when you're playing behind the sticks the entire time? And that's where we were at. They were behind the sticks, and all of a sudden it's obvious passing down after obvious passing down, and he's not the guy who's going to pull you out of that.
And I want to let Quincy talk here, but and I agree. I guess I came into this season kind of thinking that my expectation wasn't for him to be that guy that was going to elevate everybody around him. I guess I kind of felt like, yeah, my expectation has changed, Mike. Yours hasn't. My expectation has changed. I just want him to be a top 15 quarterback because I felt like that was good enough for this team, right?
Top 15 quarterback would make guys better.
Some way,
100%.
Hey, Quincy, one of our newest OBR members has joined the stream. Quincy Carey, you watch the same nonsense that we just watched out there for the last several hours. We're in a heated debate about what we saw out of Deshaun Watson and what we should expect to see out of Deshaun Watson. So jump on in, man.
How's everybody doing? Everybody have at least a good meal or something positive to go for themselves during that game. Hopefully you had like a good beer. It was nice, cold, crisp, something to go for you. Because like, look, if we want to talk about offensively what went wrong in that game, you can draw a name from a hat. You can put everybody responsible for the Browns offense. Draw a name from a hat, pick a guy, and say that guy was the reason that this team sucked offensively today. Because it could be kind of true, right? Everything went wrong from them, right? They had like 7 illegal procedure penalties. When does that happen? When does that happen and then you win a game or not look embarrassing in that case? The first half, and I think into the third quarter, every time they get like a positive play on first down and they get to like 2nd and 3, boom, what happens right after that? They get a 10-yard penalty. They get knocked back behind the sticks. Now if you're the Cowboys, it's super simple. And if this happens to a lot of quarterbacks, it's going to be a bad result. And I'm not excusing how Deshaun played. I don't think Deshaun played good even when you consider the circumstance. But when you put your quarterback in a situation where it's 2nd and 12, you're going to be playing drop coverage. They're going to unleash Micah Parsons on you, and you don't really have the great protection plan against him where you can just like feel comfortable with like 5 and a chip or 5 and a quarter protection, then you're going to put your quarterback in a situation to look terrible. Deshaun compounded that by playing bad in those situations, right? There were some times where he could have stood in there, stepped up instead of rolled out and made some throws. There were definitely some things where it looked like, I was watching this game and I don't know what you guys felt. I don't think he's looked that uncomfortable since 2022. Like even in 2023, as much as people complained or made it out to be that he played like the worst that you could play there, he didn't look that uncomfortable in 2023. And in this
wasn't great.
I mean, the body language is all. You get booed at home, you're gonna have shit body language. Like it just is what it is. Like it's not a good time.
Yeah.
If somebody showed up to my job and booed me the whole time I was there, like jeered me, I would probably have garbage body language too. But yeah, the body language is bad. I think he didn't look as confident as he did in 2023. And it's bad because we're talking about him backsliding from what he looked like in 2023. And like, I am somebody that people task is like optimistic on this. And I said he was like above average on that, right? Like, I did not think that he was like amazing in 2023. So this one, I mean, it's going to leave a bad taste in people's mouths nationally, and I think people's minds going to be made up until he does something spectacular, or until he does something spectacular that he's just cooked. Because how could you watch him if you're somebody from the national perspective and not think that, right? You saw the game Pittsburgh last year. That's the only time you really saw him nationally. And then you see this game, and I mean, you could debate whether he looked better in Pittsburgh or in Dallas in this game. I don't feel like it's a debate worth having. It does not look good for him. It always feels like there's a friction going on with the offense when he's out there that does not feel good. And at this point, you switched out coordinators, you got new wide receivers, you changed philosophies on offense. Right? We're talking about this third year, we're bringing in a new offense for Deshaun Watson. Every year it looks like this. Like at some point you have to ask, is it just him creating the friction? And I don't think this is enough. Like I said before the season, I'll give him 8 games before I make a determination, because I just need to see him play for like 8 consecutive games before I can write the book on him, because it's been so in and out and so many different factors that play into it. But I mean, if the next 7 games look like this but slightly better, I mean, what's the takeaway supposed to be, right? So, because honestly, like, this is not, if the Browns had to start Jameis Winston in this game, you would be disappointed with what they did offensively.
Yes.
And that just is what they did out there in this game. Could that change week 2? Maybe, right? I think a lot of this was, and I think I saw a point on Twitter, they made a great point there where it said, hey, this offense, even in training camp, they weren't practicing a lot with the ones in there because Jerry Jeudy was in and out. I mean, it looks like that's going to continue because he was in the blue tent today. Amari Cooper was in and out. David Njoku was in and out. So they didn't really have a ton of reps there with the ones even to begin with. But yeah, some of the stuff, like, I feel like, yeah, it can be fixed, and you'll see a better version of it against Jacksonville. But there's other stuff in there where I'm like, man, this is concerning that he still doesn't look like he found comfort at any point in that game, even when they were playing drop on him, even when they stopped rushing him at the end of that game. Like, it never felt like he was comfortable doing what he's going to do. It still felt like this weird Frankenstein monster on offense where they're still doing some of the old stuff and then doing some of the new stuff. I can't blame anybody for walking away from this game and not feeling great about the Browns offense.
No.
And you can't just walk away from this and say, hey, it's just one game. I think it's a little bit deeper than that.
Unfortunately, guys, and I think it's just going to keep doing this. Unfortunately, guys, we're just at the point too with Deshaun Watson and with the situation for the Browns, and the contracts and the cap and all that. There isn't. This isn't like a, hey, we got to let this build up and see how we can let the progress and trust the process to take a Philadelphia 76ers term. This has to be a good team, and it has to start early this year, and it has to develop through the year as a good team. And so it's all, we've talked about it over and over again. And I do want to get off of Deshaun in a minute, but it does start there. And it starts with that dude coming out and being the guy that, Brad, like you said, even if you want him to be an average starting quarterback, he's got to be a guy that can make average starting quarterback plays on a regular basis with some regularity. We didn't see it tonight. Every time we see a game like this, it's just one more in the notch of games like this. And there's been more of those here in Cleveland than there has been not games like this.
It was just, I agree. Like I said, and Quincy said it well, he compounded it with bad play, but he was not set up for success well either, I don't think. Either way, he didn't play well. But
can we talk about Stefanski in this game? Because I don't know, Pete, did you feel this was, I felt this was a very un-Stefanski-like game that he called here, where he was, I've never seen him throw so many screens on 3rd and long. I've never seen him be so, like, conservative and kind of punt, even when the game was still in the balance there. And it just felt like, I'm not saying that like Kevin's not calling the plays, but it's like, man, like, I've never seen him punt on offense before punting in the way that he did in this game.
Again, I think ultimately you're going to find out that the Cowboys basically, once they got him behind the sticks, basically backed off, said the pass rush is coming, you guys figure it out. And when you throw those screens, then it just becomes a matter of rallying to the football. And some of that is just, here again, trying to get the ball out of Watson's hands one way or the other, because he wouldn't do it after a certain point. So I agree with you in some respects. Ultimately, I think they've got to get more comfort in that, being able to come up with concepts that they like. I think what you saw a little bit in this game is, I don't think the Browns have found their rhythm in terms of, like, obviously dictated by the sticks in some respects. I don't think they have a go-to play or a go-to set of plays right now where they're like, it's 3rd and 7, let's dial this up. Now, I don't know how many times they're actually in 3rd and 7, but ultimately, I think you're going to have to get to a position where you have those calls you're comfortable with. And given everything that was going, you couldn't count on your protection. You couldn't count on Watson. You couldn't count on seemingly your receivers. So this is what you kept running into.
Two things I was going to say. You said 8 games, Quincy, and to Pete's point, if he continues to take the body blows and the hits that he took today, I don't think will make 8 games. Like, he's just once again, I know, and he was running for his life, but like hit after hit after hit after hit after hit after hit. I mean, give him credit for standing in there and trying to throw that ball to Cooper at the end. I mean, he got absolutely crushed
Yeah,
in the face. I mean, but like, so 8 games of that, I don't know if he lasts that long.
I think the locker room will take him out before injury does in that circumstance. But yeah, no, I mean, like, again, and I'll you said look for a positive in this game. I'll say the Browns didn't quit. I know there are a lot of fans that wanted to accuse. They tried. They kept having opportunity. Like, the Cowboys kept leaving the door open for the Browns to come back in this game. They just refused to do it. But they tried, and then the body language sort of reflective after that fact. And ultimately, that's why I think it was reasonable to keep Watson in the whole game to try to get those reps that people insist he needs. Great. Well, now he's got them. But if that's the one takeaway, is I thought they kept trying to play, kept trying to get better and score points. But like, if it's like this in week 4, if it's like this in week 5, I think you're going to start seeing that effort wane, and ultimately you're going to be in a position where those guys lose confidence in the quarterback.
I think there was one drive where he looked semi-comfortable when they were in shotgun the whole drive. First one in the second half, they go down and score. Now, it feels like they're sort of back in the game, but this sequence, I have no idea with Stefanski. 27-10, they're at the 50-yard line, 4 minutes left in the third, and they run forward for 6 yards on first down. If you guys know what sequence I'm talking about. On third and 4, they run the ball, and then they run some ridiculous play on or whatever it was on fourth down. It didn't work. I just, like, that to me, I was infuriated with Stefanski on that. Like, what are you doing running the ball on in that situation after the drive that had just occurred? So I don't know. I was frustrated, and I'm a big Stefanski fan, but I was frustrated with some of the and it's not come together yet. Let's just be honest. It's not together yet. The offense doesn't have an identity yet. To everybody's point, they haven't spent time in training camp together, and it may take time. I hope it looks better next week. I just do.
It has to look better next week. I mean, can it look worse than this? If it looks this bad versus Jacksonville, I mean, it's one thing to look this bad week 1 versus Dallas. They're going to have one of the best defenses in the NFL, and they're not a super familiar opponent. If you look this bad versus a defense you played last year, and they're not Dallas, I mean, like, that's going to sound off alarm bells, right, in the building, where it's like, if you can't look that bad, or as bad as you did this week. So you can't have another game like it. It's kind of like Pittsburgh last year, where, like, you get one game like this a season, and this is your game. You spent it on the first week of the season. You just can't. There's no game where we can come out of it feeling this bad about the offense and think that this team's going to really do anything in the playoffs. Like, they got to just make this a aberration. If this feels like the norm, I mean, then that tells you where this team's going to head, because you stretch your defense like this, they're going to give up points. And you're going to, like, what, of the 33 points that Dallas had in this game, I think maybe 14 of them came on a drive that they started on their own, like 20-25 from kick position.
Yeah.
Every other point came from a turnover or like a less than 20-yard drive in this game, or punt return touchdown. So the defense is still there, and it'll take you a lot further against Jacksonville than it will against the Cowboys. So you'll look better. But the question is, how much better do they have to look in order for you to be comfortable? Because if they put up 22 points and it's a bit of a struggle against Jacksonville and win, they're not going to walk out there feeling great, right? Like, how do they got to put up 40? They got to put 30? Like, what point total? What would you have to see next week for you to be reasonably eased after what you saw this week? That I think that's a good question to ask people.
Casey, why don't you answer that question?
Well, I don't even know if it's a point total. My expectations are so low. I start to worry about the attrition that happened today. You lose David Njoku. What if he's out for 2-3 weeks? You know, what's your plan at tight end? If Judy isn't out there, we're already coming into the season at the same place we left it last year with the offensive tackles. So if you're starting with that, but then if you lose Njoku, then if you lose Judy, you start losing these parts. I don't know how much better you can look. So my expectation is to scrape a win out of Jacksonville on the road, a place your defense didn't even travel well last year. How are they going to do that this year? My expectations are so low going into next week. I still expect to win, but that's the bottom of the barrel for me.
Well, and I think
Judy,
I think it's
Judy
got to
did
be
return.
Yeah,
Judy
came back in the game. Yep. It's got to be cleanliness of the game, though, too, guys. When we're talking about what that bare level expectation is, and this goes a little bit against what we were talking about with Deshaun Watson and what falls on his shoulders. But man, you can't come out and have 10 penalties. You can't, and again, the stupid penalties. There's penalties you're going to get as Browns fans. You're getting at least 1 or 2 offsides calls every game because of the way that team gets after the quarterback and the way Myles Garrett tries to time his snap count. You're getting 1 or 2 offside penalties every single game because of the nature of the aggressiveness. That's fine. But you can't have procedural, we don't know how to line up in this formation penalties. And you can't have multiple of those, let alone one. So I feel like, Quincy, to your question, I don't care if they win 7-3 next week. If they win 7-3, but they play a cleaner game of football and it's just a defensive slugfest, and they're not out there shooting themselves in the foot the whole game, I'm fine. Good. A win is a win. But again, if it's just constantly doing everything you can to eat away at yourself, to eat away your own legs as you're trying to run, this has to be the only game it happens. It has to be the only game.
It's not a point total for me that you have to see next week to make you feel better. It's to Quincy's point about looking comfortable, right? If he just looks more comfortable in the offense next week and they can get a win, I would feel better. Like you're making some kind of progress with this offense. He can't look as disjointed today in the offense or as uncomfortable as you pointed out, which I thought was very accurate. Well, I did want to point out that the Browns did lose. Sorry, Pete. Week 1 to the Ravens. What was that in 2021? Didn't they get pumped off the? They came off the bus. Got
2020, the pandemic year, they lost to the Ravens week 1.
Like 40 something. It was bad. It was bad.
Yeah, it was bad.
Yeah, it was really bad. And they came back in 1 week too. So Stefanski has it in him. He's done this before.
Mm-hmm.
So hold out hope.
Last year, the Browns lost after they lost Nick Chubb. They came back the next week and won 27-3 against the Titans. Now, Jacksonville is not the Titans. They're a far better opponent. But Stefanski has historically been very good at getting the team to turn around quickly. They don't suffer losing streaks. They've been good about turning things around. They have we're talking about a veteran locker room, the culture that they've allegedly built up. This is where that has to bear out, that you've got to be able to turn around and get it squared away to be able to make those adjustments. And again, the old adage, unless you're Notre Dame, is the biggest improvement you make is from week 1 to week 2. So they've got to make that happen. Again, it's a week-to-week league. It changes real fast. There are any number of people who are going to write off the Bengals for the season because they lost to the Patriots at home. And they could come out next week against the Chiefs, I think is who they play, and rattle off a win. So, you can't – obviously for the sake of the playoff chances in the AFC, the Browns have to turn it around quickly. They have the capability to do it, and it's just a question of is it going to happen? Like you talked about David Njoku and some of these others. I didn't see – obviously the quarterback had a big factor in this, but I didn't see anything resembling Pro Bowl Njoku. I didn't see anything resembling Pro Bowl Amari Cooper. I would like to think that DeJuan Jones cannot play that badly next week. We shall see. Or hopefully you get answers at some of those other positions. I think they have the capacity to bounce back, but ultimately they've got to make that happen.
All right, boys, let's go around real quick. Again, it's real easy to feel just getting kicked in the gut, basically, by how we all felt just several hours ago on the pregame show, going into this game, really feeling like the Browns could come out and make a statement to now where, again, they got kicked in the teeth, and now we're all feeling the effects of it. But let's take just a minute, guys, and go around and talk about some of the things you saw in this game or some of the players you saw in this game that you did like? And again, I know a lot of guys made real stupid mistakes and played really poorly, but there were some guys out there playing some pretty decent football as well. So let's go around. Just let's talk about some of the things we liked, whether it was defensively or even some players that made some plays offensively. Who stood out to you guys in a positive way?
The secondary was good in this one. Yeah. Well, the secondary, I thought Denzel played a pretty strong one in this one. I mean, the one big play he gave up was that incredible catch and throw by CeeDee Lamb, where it's like, what you gonna do about that? Like, it's really good coverage there. Thought he played well. Emerson got picked on for like one drive, and I think he kind of locked in after that and settled in after that. And then I'm trying to find somebody offensively. I think maybe Jerome Fort's maybe the only guy you can go with and be like, he wasn't that bad, right?
I think he was fine.
Like, yeah, he was fine in that one. Like, he was 3.7 a carry, and I think he got. Oh, go ahead, Pete. My bad.
I know there's the one play where people are getting on him, like where he didn't keep going outside. He read the guy's block. The guy's block told him to go where he did, and then the linebacker filled. Like, he's doing what he's coached to do. And granted, that's one of the situations I wish he would just kept going and forced it. But like, I like what the Browns are trying to do run concept wise. Like, there are things in there where I'm sitting there going, yes, this makes sense. We're not asking DeJuan Jones to go block out in space on the outside zone. Like, those things that I am genuinely like excited about what that can be, but I got to see it better up front. I was surprised we didn't see Deontay Foreman at all.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing
we got one play where he was in, and then there was a play action, right?
Yeah. Defensively, Greg Newsome was fine. Like, there was no, like, I wish I knew more about the nature of his injury, because I'm blown away about his recovery and how he was able to come back. To your point, Greg Newsome was never the guy who was picked on. Denzel Ward obviously got beat for one. Martin Emerson. CeeDee Lamb's a phenomenal player. He's going to get his a little bit. The corners were good. Grant Delpit was very good. There's a lot of things where you sit there and go, yeah, that stuff is really promising. The nuts and bolts are there. What I get worried about right now, Dalvin Tomlinson was phenomenal. I don't know how many snaps he actually played, but like, when he's not in there, and I don't know if Shelby Harris really was in there at all. But like, I know this, Quentin Jefferson can't play the run at all. And this was the thing I highlighted all season that I was worried about. They need another big body in there to be able to handle that. If that's just getting Shelby Harris more involved, if that's promoting Briggs on a more regular basis, if that's finding somebody else. But like, when you had the Hurst Jefferson lineup in there, that was sort of like begging to be run on. Those are the things that worry me. And then the jet sweep stuff is horrendous that we're still here dealing with it. But there are a lot of things where you sit there and go, defensively, they'll be fine. They've got some things to correct, but like, Dak beat them with his brain a couple times, which is something that has happened to this team. But overall, I was okay with that. The defense kept them in it. The red zone efficiency continues to be concerning, but like, defensively, they were good. I think there's things offensively that can get figured out, but it all starts with the tackles and the quarterback.
Yeah, and even like with the motion stuff where Browns can move left or right, it seems to be like only good for a team to get off on the Browns for like one drive or two drives a game. It doesn't seem like it's like something that you could just keep pounding at them and take away kind of the teeth of what they do defensively. So even then, I think the defense is still what they were last year. Like, I think they showed that in this game. I think if you get a better performance from the offense here, or you play against a team that's going to capitalize against your mistakes offensively less than the Cowboys. It's like, let's not forget Brandon Aubrey was just kicking bombs all day. Like, what he made, 350 plus, 55 plus yard field goals, 160 yarder in that stadium. Woo. So that kind of didn't help, right? Because they were always able to get 3 if you didn't convert on 4th down. And it kind of just kept bleeding into it, where if this is like a worse team, you probably can get away with some of this stuff and some of the jank on offense. Yeah, it's just one game, Like, I keep trying to bring myself back to that. Like, this is probably as bad as the opener could have gone out. Like, let me knock on wood. Nobody got knocked out for the year, right? That's the only way this could have been worse. If this happened and like somebody got knocked out for the year, you still got guys coming back, right? This offense is going to look better when they have whatever they're going to do with Jack Conklin, whatever they're going to do with Jed Wills, it's going to be an upgrade versus whatever we saw today from both, unfortunately, both DeJuan and James Hudson. I don't know, Pete. Like, I wasn't watching James that hard. Did James really struggle that as much as people anticipated? Because I didn't notice him coming up a ton outside of the one ineligible receiver downfield penalty he got.
Better than expected, I thought.
I would say overachieved, but there's still leaks. I mean, Deshaun naturally is going to go right, so it sort of helps him out a little bit. And I suspect they rolled some protection over there. Micah Parsons is phenomenal. I mean, he's an absolute stud. I mean, the one Lawrence big pressure actually went through Batonio on one of those where him and Teller both got cooked, which was a big concern for me. But yeah, I mean, I think they could live with what they got out of James Hudson. What they could not live with was also getting that badly at DeJuan Jones, who had to have about 3 or 4 penalties in addition to just getting beat. And even then, like, it felt, statistically, Parsons wasn't as dominant stat line wise, but he felt like he was everywhere.
The positive, I was going to say the entire defense, except, it's weird. So Thornhill,
I thought he had that one bad play, but I thought he was
one
fine.
bad play. After that, I thought he played well. He made some big tackles.
He was hitting,
physical. Yeah, he hit pretty well. So I wasn't, stupid early season game 1, whatever that was. I don't know what he was looking at on that play.
He was looking at Myles Garrett completely washed. He was like, I get the play off. It might be a tip ball. I might get an interception here, right? Like, and completely got caught off. Flat-footed.
So that was wild. But there was one drive that I thought when they took a 7-3 lead, they came back and it was all screens, 2 jet sweeps, like 3 bootlegs, where they were using all the pressure the Browns had against them for one drive. And then I thought the Browns adjusted after that, and it was like nothing after that. They really couldn't do much offensively for the rest of the game. So I thought the Browns defense adjusted and played well, especially in the second half. So, I think they are who we thought they were. The defense is. So on offense, I'll say I was mildly intrigued by Jerry Jeudy.
Shout out Jalen Darden. Phenomenal.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Good on those punt returns.
Yeah.
Darn.
Man,
Corey Bojorquez is like the MVP of this team in many respects. He's doing work trying to keep them field position wise.
Outside, I don't know if you guys noticed, but on the punt return, I don't know if you noticed it, but the minute the ball hit Bojorquez's foot, he realized he didn't hit that punt well. It left his foot and he just stood there and looked down at the ground for a minute, and that ball was just a line drive directly at the return guy for Dallas. And it set up the punt return touchdown. If you didn't see it, go back and watch that, because he stood there for a second like, oh, I didn't hit that right. And sure enough, now you got a touchdown. But otherwise, he was good. Listen, guys, in the end, the worst part about what this does for the season is it just doesn't answer any questions. That's the worst part of what has happened here today, is that a lot of people came in with questions. A lot of people wanted to see some of those questions get answered. And whether you're talking about the offensive line play, and especially the depth of tackles that was forced into it today, whether you're talking about the wide receivers, the playmakers, or the quarterback, none of the questions got answered. The questions are still out there. They are unanswered, or some people are going to sit here and tell you that they got answered, but just not in the way that you wanted them to.
Mm-hmm.
And so that to me is the worst part of starting week 1 like this. But as you guys have all pointed out, it's week 1. And hopefully we are talking about, maybe you can get a game like this against the Browns once a season. If that's the case, Quincy, as you were saying, then we're all right. Then we move forward. Nobody else gets a game like this against the Browns, and they plug forward. But just a really, really, really tough way to start the season for the Orange and Brown on the shores of Lake Erie. Just very tough.
We'll feel either extremely ominous about this game at the end of the year, or kind of like find it funny by the end of the year, because if the Browns are in contention, even the loss against Dallas, this isn't really going to affect you in the tiebreakers if that ends up mattering for you, right? Because it's an NFC team. I think the tiebreakers go division, conference, head-to-head division, conference. So it doesn't really factor in that way other than your overall win-loss record. And you knew you weren't going to go undefeated this year. So if this just ends up being a game you lost, and you lost like this early in the season, it could be a marker of progress. Hey, look how much the Browns got better. And it might be something in the long run makes you feel better about them. Because if the offense does genuinely get to like a top 10 plays and they started here, we're going to be enthused because we saw how far they were able to go and all of this stuff in the ground that they covered. And that's going to probably push hype the other direction. So it's a long season. We got 3 more months? Well, not even 3, 4 more months of football. So
don't you short that on us?
Yeah. Don't crash out yet. You got a long season, Browns fan. You have a lot of ups and downs to go through because they'll play better, right? I'm pretty confident they'll play better after this. You'll feel better. They'll have a game where you get mad at them again because they lose in a way that you don't like that they lost, whether it be a close game or something like this. And then, they'll play. Remember how up and down we were with the team that went 11-6 last year. They only lost 6 games last year. We were so up and down with the team during the course of the season. Thought the season was over like 3 different times. So it's just a long season. You just had to keep that in mind. And it's 1 of 6. It's 1 of 17. I keep getting caught in 16 game land. I'm never gonna get my mind out of it. But it's 1 of 17, and it only will matter as much as the Browns make it matter what this game does in the future, right? They play well. They win the next 3. The offense looks much better. If he plays like he did in Tennessee the next 3 games, we won't be sold, but we won't be like, hey, man, it can't happen. It's over with. We got to start Jameis, right? Like, we're not going to be at that place. We're going to feel a lot better about it. And I do think, Pete did bring up, the run game did look a lot more encouraging than it looked last year. And if the offense can just get to competent when it comes to the pre-snap stuff and they're not consistently getting behind the sticks, I think this offense looks completely different, even with how badly individual performance that you got in this game. So, I expect them to look much better next week. I expect them to look much better for the rest of the month. This is going to leave a bad taste in everybody's mouth until the next big game, right? Philly, Baltimore, Cincinnati. You got to win one of those for people to take you different, and you're gonna get all the worst national takes about this team, and it's gonna be kind of justifiable because when they've seen them, this is what they've seen the last 3 times, right? Texans, I think the Thursday night game kind of counts, but it doesn't. But they put it on Joe Flacco, so it doesn't really feel like it's canon to those people about the Browns. It's kind of a weird way to look at it. But as far as Deshaun with this team, they've seen like 3 national TV games over the span, and it hasn't looked great. So that's gonna be the narrative. They got to dig themselves out of that and just play better. They play better. They look better. People will feel better. And that's all it needs to be. You're going to hear all kind of stories, right? Oh, somebody's going to be upset they got booed, right? Somebody's going to say something. It's going to become a headline. We're going to hear all the hot takes about it. But, at the end of the day, what matters is what they do week to week from a win-loss total. And they have some wins ahead of them that I think that they can achieve even with the offense not feeling like it's going to be at a great place next week or the week after. I still think they could beat Jacksonville. I still think they could beat the Commanders, right? I still think they can beat a lot of teams that they're going to be playing in the next few weeks. So, we'll feel a lot differently about this if the Browns are 4-1 going into a big game versus Philly. And now we're like, okay, we get to prove it again, right? And then if you do win that game, it does feel different. So we'll see what they do. It's 1 chapter out of 17, and it wasn't a great chapter. It was the red wedding.
I'm not sure any of us could have wrapped things up here on the post-game show better than what Quincy just did. A little bit of hope, but I certainly hope that the people that get the message that you just shared the loudest, Quincy, are the dudes in that locker room, because we can all talk about how they got to be better and how they should feel a little bit stomped down week 1, but they need to come out and prove it from going on forward. That's the message in the locker room too. That's
straight up. They should be embarrassed by this because they know they're better than this, right? Like if they're not embarrassed by this and they're just like, oh man, like wild game, right? Like then you got a problem, right? Because that's kind of how the Hugh Jackson Browns were. They knew they weren't better than that, whatever they put out there on Sunday. But this is a team that knows they're better than that. They're more embarrassed about this performance than we are as fans watching it, right? Myles Garrett looked furious on that sideline with what he was watching because he knows he's better than that. He could have played better. Everybody could have played better. That result is not something that should have happened, right? Like, even given the circumstances, no offensive line play, you shouldn't have been that bad. Everybody, that's below the standard. That's below what Kevin Stefanski wants for this team. Everybody involved with that should be embarrassed, and I think they are, and they should be fairly aware of the fact that they are much better than this. And again, how they respond against Jacksonville will mean everything, right? They come out like a team that was embarrassed. They put that out on the Jacksonville Jaguars. Okay, all right. I'm not worried about the locker room. Not worried. You know, we'll feel much better about the leadership of this team at the very least. So, you know, I trust them to correct course and be the veteran team that they are, because these are guys who've been in the league a long time.
Man, let's hope you're right. Guys, man, been at it for about an hour here now on the post-game show. We're going to let everybody run. Really tough loss for the Cleveland Browns, 33-17 against the Dallas Cowboys. People getting some of their frustrations out, but also room for hope. And as we talked about here, one chapter in a 17-chapter story. And so plenty of room to go up from here. That's the good news. I think it can only go up from here. At least that's what we're all hoping as Browns fans. So listen, for Brad, for Casey, for Pete, for Quincy, thanks for jumping on with us on the OBR postgame show. Browns fall to 0-1 on the season, but we're doing this every week. Make sure you tune in. Everybody on the screen here is going to have shows coming up this week. So make sure you tune in to the OBR streaming network all week long, as we're going to take you all the way with our Browns reactions, looking ahead to next week, and so much more. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday. We have got things going every day just about this week. So make sure you are locked in and tuned in to the OBR streaming network. Until next week, we'll see you then. And as always, go Browns. All right, boys. We're clear.
Fuck you, Mike.
What'd I do?
Nothing. I just felt like saying that.
Yeah. Oh, I love it when you do that.
All right, y'all. I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream presentation I've brought you guys today. It's been about 4 hours that we've been talking Browns. We've been talking Browns 4 hours. Browns. Some of y'all still mad. It's all right. But appreciate y'all for coming in. We still 600 people strong in chat. Look, we all feel a lot of different ways about where the Browns are right now. There's a lot of different feelings you can have, a lot of different reactions from that game that you're going to see. I'm not saying that any of these aren't valid. Any reaction, especially about the offense that you have, given what we saw today, is valid. Deshaun did not look like a $46 million quarterback. He didn't even look like an $8 million quarterback today. But it is week 1. And seasons aren't built off one season, off one game, right? A season is built off of a body of work that consists of 17 games. And this is 1 out of 17. How the Browns respond next week will be everything. The question isn't, can Deshaun Watson play better? The question is, does Deshaun Watson think that this was a representative game of his talent? Does Deshaun Watson think that this was well within his standard? I would hope not. I will hope he feels like this is below his standard. Is this what the Browns offense feels like they can contribute? Is this what Ken Dorsey feels happy with? Like they have to feel like this is below their standard? Give me 1 sec. I got to render this thumbnail real quick. All right. At the end of the day, tough ass loss for the Cleveland Browns. Really tough loss for the Cleveland Browns. I'm going to try to leave y'all with one thing before I go out, right? Because it's been a lot of questions about the Browns' futures. It hasn't been the celebration we thought it would be coming into this game. But I'll leave you with this one thing. The Browns had plenty of games last year where the chat looked like this, where we came out of it feeling like this. We felt like this after the Pittsburgh game. We felt like this after the Indy game from an offensive standpoint, or at least from a Watson standpoint. We felt like this coming off of the Denver game. There were a lot of times where we were in chat, doom scrolling, getting mad, blaming shotgun. Is it the scheme? Is it this? Is it that? A lot of times we did that. A lot of bad streams and sad streams we've been a part of. But this team can overcome them. We'll see what happens. It starts with Jacksonville, but it doesn't end with Jacksonville, right? They play better versus Jacksonville. Awesome. Let's get to the next one, and let's play good against them. Let's put a streak together, and then let's beat Philadelphia. Let's beat some division opponents. How you finish is forever. How you start is forgettable. Good teams have bad starts all the time. Bad teams have good starts all the time. Remember Pittsburgh, 2020, won 12 games in a row? Nobody thinks of that as one of the great teams that we've seen because they lost in embarrassing fashion at the end of the season, 5 straight games. Philadelphia. Remember Philadelphia came out last year swinging, winning every game. They were like undefeated for like 8 weeks. Philadelphia. We were talking about how Philly's going to take it over, how the 49ers looked cooked early in the season. Well, what happened? Philly ended weak. The 49ers ended strong. How you start takes a backseat to how you finish every time. And that's going to be what's important for this offense. That's going to be what's important for Deshaun Watson. That's going to be what's important for everybody in that locker room, everybody on that sideline, everybody on that defense. It's how you finish. Because a bad start is a bad start. A bad first game is a bad, like Cincinnati's going to make the playoffs. I promise you. They're not going to miss the playoffs with Joe Burrow healthy just because they lost to the Patriots in week 1. They'll finish strong. They always do. How you finish Way more important than how you start. So this game's over. It's done. It was an embarrassment. Wrap it up, throw it away, do whatever you got to do with it. It's over with. Now it's about how you finish. And it starts in Jacksonville. How you finish for the rest of the freaking season. It starts in Jacksonville. Does this team play next week like a team that's embarrassed, like a team that knows they are better than this? They come out like that, they're on a good path to get started. It's how they finish. Browns have lost the first game before, made the playoffs. They did it in 2020. They almost did it in 2007. Even the Browns, better franchises, have done more after losing the first game. For God's sake, the Chiefs lost the first game of the season last year against the Detroit Lions and ended up winning the Super Bowl. What happens in week one is what happens in week one. Nobody remembers it at the end of the day. It's how you finish. And how you finish, it starts next week. Because if this team's serious, they're going to come out in Jacksonville and they're going to whip some ass. They're going to look like a different team. They're going to look more motivated. They're going to look more crisp. They're going to look like a team that is embarrassed by the effort they put out there, embarrassed by all the illegal procedures, embarrassed by the holding, embarrassed by the lack of confidence they had in what they were able to do offensively, embarrassed by all that, and they're eager to show the world what they actually got to do. So how you finish starts next week. Hell, how you finish starts tomorrow. This loss sucks. We're going to soak in it for a day, but tomorrow we're going to get to winning against the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's what I want to see. That's what I want this team to do. Focus on the finish. All right? Bad week one game, it's what they make it. If they play well for the rest of the season, week one wasn't shit. They play bad for the rest of the season. Oh, now it's ominous. 2019, the Browns play like shit in that first game. Ends up being ominous because they played like shit the rest of the season. 2020, the Browns play like shit in the first game. Ends up being the most forgettable first game in the season, first game season opener in Cleveland Browns history. Why? Because the Browns won 11 games after that. Week one don't dictate nothing. But how you finish does. That's all I got to say. That's all I got to say. Y'all have a good day. Keep your head up. Hold your back straight. And don't fold. If you were confident in this team before this game, you shouldn't be ready to fold after it. That's all I'm going to say. Y'all be good, man. I'll talk to y'all. I got videos dropping. Y'all know me. It's going to be dropping. So, peace.